from a scientific standpoint, from a communication standpoint, this is a master class in meteorology. All the air is rushing in. We're basically in a vacuum right now. All the air is rushing into this area. Can't the general disclaimer, obviously I'm very excited from a scientific standpoint, but I do, and we all are very well aware of the human impact of this. So even though it looks cool online, it looks cool to, oh, here's a bird. It looks cool to sort of see all this science in action. We do want folks to know that
flooding farther to my south, but when you have that and an acute tornado risk in one of the biggest, most densely populated areas of the country at night, not a great recipe for travel. The good news though, it's Sunday, commute not quite as bad as it
We're getting inside of it! We're getting inside the tornado right now, right here! We are in the tornado!
In the tornado right here!
We deployed
Power lines are coming down! Stop it right here! Stop it right here!
We gotta back up!
Back it up! Back it up!
Oh! Roof's going! Roof's gone right now! Iowa, Hurricane Idala making landfall right now as a Category 3 storm, high intensity Cat 3. The roof of this building was just ripped off right behind me. As you can see, power lines down right now as it makes landfall. Here we go, guys. Here it comes.
from a scientific standpoint, from a communication standpoint, this is a master class in meteorology. All the air is rushing in. We're basically in a vacuum right now. All the air is rushing into this area. Can't
the general disclaimer, obviously, I'm very excited from a scientific standpoint, but I do, and we all are very well aware of the human impact of this. So even though it looks cool online, it looks cool to, oh, here's a bird. It looks cool to sort of see all this science in action. We do want folks to know that
Hey y'all, it's Meteorologist Erica Lopez. It's Wednesday, May 8th, and we have a moderate risk of severe weather. That's a level 4 out of 5. Severe storms are already starting to fire off quickly this afternoon, and there are actually several tornado watches in place all the way down from Texas to parts of Kentucky and even into parts of Tennessee. Severe thunderstorm watches, and if you see here on the corner of your screen, you're seeing the MyRadar app. It's just a huge chunk of the country under some sort of severe weather risk. And so this is what makes these days like today pretty dangerous. The atmosphere the last several days has just been conducive for the formation of tornadoes. We've seen a tornado pretty much every day for almost 2 weeks now, and some of these have been strong. This is another threat we're watching this afternoon. Strong tornadoes is not out of the realm, and that also includes areas like Oklahoma, once again, eastern Oklahoma specifically, where our meteorologist Matthew Cappucci is out chasing right now, and even parts of Kentucky where storm chaser Jordan Hall looks like he's close to Paducah, Kentucky this evening. So our whole team of meteorologists is out in the field tracking this for you. We will be here in the studio, and meteorologist Mike Linden, if you have a TikTok, he will be doing a TikTok live today, also breaking down the threats, what we're seeing right now. So several severe thunderstorm warnings have been issued. Tornado warnings have also been issued. So let's walk you through a couple of them so far this evening, and then we'll get to our live feed from our storm chasers in just a little bit. But we do have a tornado warning. So we'll start from west to east here, and a tornado warning in place for areas in Oklahoma already. So this is just a severe a radar indicated tornado warning. Also, one of the biggest threats for tonight will be very large hail, and this tornado warning specifies ping pong sized hail. This tornado warning goes until 3 o'clock Central Daylight Time. And if you're watching us on Eastern Time, it's 3:49 p.m. It's 2:49 p.m. there in Central Time. So look at all those severe thunderstorm warnings already issued. In just a couple minutes when we come back from our storm chaser feed, I'll let y'all know which cities are under these tornado watches. So watch just means that conditions are favorable for tornadoes and all severe weather hazards. Let's walk you through this tornado warning. So this has been ongoing for the last several minutes. This is just north of Nashville. So this is a tornado warning already in parts of Tennessee. And this is from Montgomery and Robertson County at 3:15 and goes until 3:15 Central Time. So a confirmed tornado is located 7 miles northwest of Coopertown or 10 miles west of Springfield. So tornado has been confirmed within this area. Earlier, looks like some of the earlier radar scans were showing an interesting signature there. So we're going to turn on the per station radars here in the MyRadar app and give you a little bit more of a perspective of what's going on there. So definitely still rotating here, and it was confirmed on the ground just a couple of minutes ago. So we're going to have to see if it's still on the ground here in just north of Tennessee, just north in northern Tennessee, just north of Nashville along Interstate 24. So, you know, a huge chunk of you guys will see some sort of severe weather risk, whether it be a severe thunderstorm, which you should also take seriously, just just because severe thunderstorms, if you do get warned with those, that could mean very large hail, which could cause damage, or even some pretty significant wind gusts. So let's show you a camera feed now. And Matt Hyland, if we can just show what Meteorologist Matthew Cappucci is seeing in eastern Oklahoma right now. And if another interesting feature, and we'll do this while our storm chaser feed goes up. If you want to see and you just want to watch their feed, you have the MyRadar app, you need to step away from your home or wherever you're watching us and want to watch Meteorologist Matthew Cappucci's feed, this is something that you will be able to access using our MyRadar app. You can even do that with us here live. So if you go to the layers menu here on your screen and toggle on video and storm chasers, you'll be able to see all where the locations are of our storm chasers and where Meteorologist Matthew Cappucci and Jordan Hall can be found. So Matthew Cappucci is in eastern Oklahoma. He is tracking the storms that are under a tornado watch, and this tornado watch in eastern Oklahoma goes until 10 o'clock p.m. Central Daylight Time. So, of course, a few tornadoes, winds up to 75 miles per hour, and huge hail up to maybe even 4 inches in diameter is possible over the zone. If we take a look at where our storm chaser Jordan Hall is, he was close to Paducah earlier. Let's see if I can find him on the map here. So we have several chasers, and I did see his location earlier. Let's see. Well, he was closing in on Kentucky, so storm chaser Jordan Hall's out there, and I think he has his eyes set on a very interesting storm, just from what we were looking at his feed earlier. So he is in Kentucky, or going into Kentucky this evening. So our team is out here monitoring the storms, and just from looking at the live feeds that I'm seeing in front of me, it looks like, both of them are closing in on a storm. They don't see anything out there yet, but you can see the clouds building. Definitely looks like a spring-like day in both of these areas. So we'll continue to have live coverage from our team of meteorologists out in the field. And of course, if you have any questions, concerns, let us know where you're watching from. I know it's early afternoon, these storms, and this event started pretty early. So let us know where you're watching us from. Maybe you found us on YouTube or curious about what the app is. We can go through it with you here live, and we can provide any information that you may need heading into not only today, but we also have a severe weather risk for a huge chunk of the country. Heading into tomorrow, that includes some major cities from Dallas, Texas, all the way into parts of Georgia tomorrow evening. So, we're in the thick of it. It's already almost finishing the first full week of May, and we've already had several days of active weather. So let's check in on our tornado warnings here, and bear with me. There's just so much going on right now. So we'll try to get to each storm. And that's why it's important that if there's a storm that you need to know something about, let us know in the comments and we will get to it. So here we go. Here's that tornado warning that's just on the south side of Joplin. They did reissue this tornado warning. They extended it to the east, and this is for Newton County in southwestern Missouri. It goes until 3:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So a tornado hasn't been confirmed with this storm just yet, but the tornado warning has been issued here, and that'll continue at least until 3:15. So you still have another 30 minutes on this storm. And the National Weather Service and the Storm Prediction Center is doing a great job at issuing all of these tornado watches. This is probably the most tornado watches I've seen in quite a bit of time, especially so far this season. So, a huge chunk of you guys are under some sort of tornado threat, whether you are in that moderate risk, which is the bullseye that we're watching for the potential of seeing strong tornadoes, but the potential of strong tornadoes also is included in the discussion with the National Weather Service in eastern Oklahoma. So eastern Oklahoma, we're talking about you guys on the eastern side of the Tulsa metro area from Muskogee to McAllister, Oklahoma, all the way down into southeastern Oklahoma, just outside of Texarkana. Now, there are a couple counties in Texas that are under this tornado watch as well. Far northern Texas are pretty much the last counties that are on that Oklahoma border. So definitely watching that very closely. And so far, if you're watching us from the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area, there's going to be some isolated storms, maybe later on tonight. So, a lot happening right now with these storms, but so far we're tracking that newly issued or that extension of that tornado warning just south of Joplin, in that tornado warning that continues on the north side of Nashville from Montgomery and Robertson County that goes until 3:15 p.m. Still a confirmed tornado on the ground. And let's see if we can pull up any chaser feed. So it looks like we don't have any chaser cameras on that tornado. Most of the chasers right now are either in Kentucky or Oklahoma, like our meteorologist, Matthew Cappucci. So continue to watch this very, very closely. And all of you guys, all the comments here in the chat. And yeah, so earlier today, yeah, there was some tornado warnings in Illinois. It's a very, very active, already after.
All right, I have a TV hit to do in like 4 minutes. Can I make it in time? Are we top of the hour? I hope so.
Use the right lane to take exit 311 onto US 64 and I-40 business loop towards Sallisaw. Take the exit.
All right, ending navigation. Okay, good. We'll do it live at the Phillips 66 right there.
Sky here. Are you hearing me there okay?
Yes, I am. Are you hearing me all right?
Yeah, I've got you there loud and clear, which is great.
Great, I have an external mic on.
Wonderful, so.
I don't have program audio yet. Am I supposed to?
Not at the moment. I've just removed that so I can speak to you without that getting in the way.
Great, thanks.
I'm just thinking, the steering wheel in front of you is kind of obscuring a lot of you. Is there any possibility of perhaps moving into the passenger seat?
Unfortunately, it's filled with like camera gear and stuff.
No, I get that totally, because my entire car has been filled with kitchen in the last few weeks, so that is all good. In which case, I will pass you through to our gallery, and I will let them speak with you next. Thank you very much.
Pictures that suggest the end of days. Some governments, including here in the UK, are rowing back on their green pledges. We'll discuss why in a moment and hear from a tornado chaser in Arkansas. But let's begin with the worst natural disaster ever to hit southern Brazil. Our international correspondent Alex Rossi has tonight's first report.
The water just keeps on rising. As far as the eye can see, a cityscape submerged under the brown floodwater. Authorities say this is the worst climate disaster to ever hit southern Brazil, and it's easy to see why. In Porto Alegre,
hi Matthew, it's Danielle.
Hey, how are you?
Hello, thank you very much for helping us out today.
Yeah.
Of course.
We're just doing a little sequence ahead of you about the extreme weather everywhere. We're going to speak to a correspondent, then we come to you, which means we'll be with you in about 4 minutes' time or so, if that's all right.
Awesome, works great. Thank you.
Can
I just check, is it MyRadar that you're a meteorologist for?
Correct, MyRadar, yep.
And how do we pronounce your surname?
Cappucci.
And there are
Cappucci.
Cappucci, yes, thank you so much.
Okay, amazing. We'll be with you in a few minutes' time.
Thanks.
People desolate, not knowing.
And are you on your way to somewhere in Arkansas?
So right now I actually just crossed into Oklahoma, so now I'm in Oklahoma.
No cell phone signal.
So you're in Oklahoma. Okay,
Correct.
amazing. Thank you.
The government is describing this environmental catastrophe as a warlike situation. An emergency made worse by man-made.
All right, guys. So let's talk about the amount of warnings. And so far right now, I am seeing 3 tornado warnings, a newly issued tornado warning now from the National Weather Service in Kentucky. And in terms of severe thunderstorm warnings, there are 26 severe thunderstorm warnings nationwide. So a lot of these warnings are being issued for 60-mile-per-hour winds, and some of them I'm seeing golf ball sized hail. That's the biggest hail possibly with these, and 70-mile-per-hour winds. So the 70-mile-per-hour winds are from all the way from South Carolina to Kentucky and even Tulsa, Oklahoma, and Missouri. And we also talk about the flooding potential because there's also 9 flood warnings right now. So that's just the amount of warnings and how large this threat extends. So let's get an update on what's going on here in Kentucky with the newly issued tornado warning. So let's toggle on these per station radar and let's choose Paducah. So this is just north of Paducah between Jonesboro and Carbondale. And let's read out this tornado warning text. So this is a tornado warning for southeastern Jackson County. Looks like in Illinois. And it goes until 3:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So nothing confirmed on the ground here, but I am noticing, yeah. So it does have, not too strong, but it does have rotation within the storm. Again, this is just north of Paducah into Illinois, the state of Illinois. So that's one tornado warning that we're tracking. Another one is down here in Tennessee that continues to be ongoing. And so we'll turn on that per station radar here. And looks like the rotation with this storm is moving over Springfield, Tennessee. And it's along highway or interstate. Let's see, Interstate 65 is just outside the tornado warning here. So it's coming into Springfield as we currently speak. It was confirmed earlier, so I think it might possibly still be on the ground if you live anywhere in these counties that I'm about to read out. So let's do that. For North Robertson County, even Coopertown, you need to be in your safe spot. And if you're wondering, you're watching us here and you may be new to some parts of the South, where activity usually around this time of year is at its peak in terms of tornadoes and severe weather. So some of the best spots that you can seek shelter is if you have a basement, that is the best spot, the lowest portion of your home or the most interior portion. So you don't have a basement, but the most interior portion between walls and away from exterior windows is the best bet. So a closet that's in the middle of your home, a bathroom that doesn't have any outside windows would be best, especially during these types of tornado warnings. Now, if you happen to be under a tornado warning that is serious, for example, if you have a tornado emergency or a PDS tornado warning, you want something to cover your head because that just confirms that there is a large and dangerous tornado on the ground. Now, we're not seeing that right now, but could definitely be a possibility later on tonight. And so what you're seeing on your screen is a live feed from storm chaser Jordan Hall, who's in Eddyville, Kentucky right now. I think he's waiting for these storms to really start to blow up, and we're really expecting them to do that. So from now, as they're already starting in terms of the tornado threat, at least through the late evening. The severe weather has not stopped over the past several days. And thank you all so much who use our app. If you have any questions on the app or want to watch live storm chaser feed, we'll be providing this here live in our live stream. And so share this information with your friends and family. Anybody who lives in these counties from Tulsa to Eastern Oklahoma, parts of Kentucky, Tennessee, Arkansas, all of these states are under a tornado watch. Illinois, parts of the Midwest, very, very active day to day. And so zooming out here, and let's show you the outlook. So weather outlooks. So we were tracking this earlier. That's a moderate risk, that red zone. And yes, this is something that you can access in the app too. So you can kind of see where that moderate red zone risk is in terms of where our severe thunderstorm and where our tornado warnings are. So one of the things I do want to point out, and that is going to be a possibility the rest of the day today, although you're not in this red zone, try not to pay attention to where this is, because you're also noticing that these tornado watches and even that tornado warning that's just south of Joplin, Missouri, is outside of that red zone. So anyone within a risk hazard today has a potential of seeing more so an isolated risk, but strong tornadoes could be possible within that orange zone and even extending well into the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area into central Texas. You guys also have a possibility of seeing some very large hail, isolated tornado risk, and even that wind risk. Also, flooding is going to be another major issue this afternoon. So, a huge chunk of the country under this, from Little Rock to Texas and so on and so forth. So I just wanted to show you that, reiterate that anybody who's within the zone has a potential of seeing tornadic thunderstorms, and that also includes areas in the Carolinas. You guys have been seeing several severe thunderstorm warnings already this evening, and there's a severe thunderstorm watch in place for you guys. So more so risk of hail and damaging winds in the Carolinas tonight. So let's take you here and let's get an update on these tornado warnings. So far, still watching. The only confirmed tornado is in Nashville, Tennessee tonight, or north of Nashville, Tennessee. So not exactly, but just on the outside of it here in Springfield. So we'll keep that one up just because that's the only one that I'm seeing right now that has a confirmed tornado. But a lot of these severe thunderstorm warnings are associated with very, very large hail. And I'm keeping track of what's going on social media as well from our team of meteorologists. They're doing such a great job at providing footage for us on social media. So if you don't follow us on there yet, and you want to see some great footage from them that they've been capturing over the last 2 weeks, and let me tell you, it's a lot because it's just been so active. Our social media platforms, they're very good at posting on there. So they'll give you a little bit of a behind the scenes of what they're doing when they're not driving in the field or they're thinking on this severe weather threat, not only for today, but we have another one into tomorrow. And if you're curious about the forecast, if you go in our video layer here, you'll be able to see the forecast. Let's say you're not under any sort of severe thunderstorm warning right now or any imminent weather, but you're wondering and curious what it's going to do later on today. You can access this in the video layer here in the menu. So let's go back so I can show y'all. So in the bottom corner of your screen, you're going to see this kind of video player icon. You'll be able to click that, and that'll give you our video forecast for today, but also for areas later on today. So right now, if you're not worried about to right now, but want to know what's going to happen later on today, and maybe even tomorrow, it's all there in the app. And so let's give you a quick update because it looks like they just reissued this tornado warning in Tennessee. So Springfield, we were talking about this. You were in kind of the over the center of the storm. A possible right now, they don't have that a tornado. Tornadoes confirmed on the ground anymore. So it looks like it might have lifted here, and that's why they've reissued this tornado warning. But this tornado warning now associated with golf ball sized hail as well. And this is moving into, we were talking about this earlier. So Robertson County. Let's see if we can pull up this new warning here. And it's kind of in between warnings, but this new warning still includes areas of Robertson County until 3:45. So they did extend it a couple more minutes. So they extended it 30 minutes out. And one of the primary risks with this is golf ball sized hail. And so this is one of the newly issued tornado warnings. It's moving east at 35 miles per hour. A newly extended tornado warning as well for areas of Illinois. So we were tracking this earlier, and let's put on the Paducah radar. So it's far north of Paducah going into Illinois. And this tornado warning has been issued for also golf ball sized hail until 3:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time for southwestern Williams County in southern Illinois. Nothing confirmed either, but if you are in this county, you live in Illinois, you need to be seeking shelter immediately. Again, the lowest portion of your home, if you have a basement, that's the best area to seek shelter, or in the most interior portion of your home, whether that be a bathroom away from exterior walls and window. That's definitely going to be important over this area. Okay, so that is two newly issued tornado warnings that we have here. And they're both extensions of previous tornado warnings. Let's go back here into parts of Missouri where we're still tracking this third tornado warning. So the tornado warnings are starting to become a little bit more numerous over this area. And looks like they just issued another new tornado warning. So we'll go back into areas of Kentucky here once we get this radar to load. But this tornado warning is in parts of Missouri. And this is for Newton County until 4:00 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So nothing confirmed on the ground, but that is a newly issued tornado warning. That's just an extension from the tornado warning that was over Seneca earlier this afternoon. And so, yeah, let's get an update. So it looks like they did issue a new tornado warning. It might be between here over Highway 79 in Tennessee. This is for Stewart County now, and this goes until 4:00 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So also nothing confirmed on the ground, but a newly issued tornado warning. So far right now, I am seeing 7 tornado warnings. So it is starting to blow up pretty quickly in terms of the storm coverage here tonight. And so let's turn on this radar here. And you could see Jordan Hall is actually, or was just on the northern side of this newly issued tornado warning. So he's near Hopkinsville now. Our storm chasers layer does a great job of updating locations, but he was earlier in Kentucky. He was in Kentucky earlier. So let's turn on this radar. Yeah, so that newly issued tornado warning riding over Highway 79. And let's zoom out. So yeah, so far, a lot of these tornado warnings, there's 2 in Tennessee, there's 2 in Illinois, but one of them was an extension, and there's also 2 in Missouri tonight. So a lot of activity already. There's severe thunderstorm warnings already being issued in Oklahoma, where meteorologist Matthew Cappucci currently is out there chasing the storms. So yeah, there's that tornado warning in parts of Missouri. Lots of lightning associated with these storms. Let me get, so this one looks a little bit stronger now. So let's get a quick update on these warnings. Okay, so there's the radar. Let's see if we can get another closer look here. Yeah, so this one looks like it is strengthening rapidly. And this, again, this is the tornado warning that's in Western Tennessee, Stewart County. This goes until 4 o'clock. And we're getting those latest radar scans. Matt, if we could put up the Mac Mini now, so we could show the radar here. So let's put on some velocity. Yeah, so we could definitely see that. There's some rotation within this. Yeah, so that is spinning up pretty quickly here. So let's read some of the text here for the tornado warning in Tennessee. Yeah, so for the person who's asking about Joplin, there's actually a tornado warning south of that region right now. Joplin has a severe thunderstorm warning, and I think it's being warned for, let's see, golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. But the tornado warning is more in Neosho, Missouri, and Granby. It's along just south, so along Interstate 49 in Missouri. But it's not a confirmed tornado, but this tornado could drop at any moment here in Missouri. The storm that you're watching on your screen is the one in Tennessee. I just wanted to see the velocity here and what the storm was doing. So we can show it here, and let's get a quick update on Joplin. Yeah, so still pretty prominent feature, still pretty tight rotation on this storm. And so there's a look at the radar. Joplin, you're getting in on some heavy rain, the severe thunderstorm warning. It goes until 3:30 p.m. So you have another 10 minutes on the storm, mostly for golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. I think the center of the storm is a little bit more south of Joplin. So, but you know, your family members might live to the south of that area. So anywhere south of Joplin is really getting in on this storm right now. So I hope that answers your question. I'm keeping track of these tornado warnings and any of these significant severe thunderstorm warnings. There's just so many alerts happening right now, and they keep popping up. So I'll try to get to them as best as I can. So an update, we have now 5 tornado warnings issued around the country and then 26 severe thunderstorm warnings. We have several watches also in place. And that's that kind of yellow boxes, the yellow boxes you're seeing on your screen. Those are all tornado watches. That some of these extend until 5 p.m. Central. And some of them go until 7 p.m. Central. The ones in Oklahoma go until 10 o'clock Central. And even the one in Arkansas. So I'm just kind of panning through here, making sure I get some of those accurate times on these watches. So basically the watch is, be ready for the possibility of large hail, tornadoes this evening. And already, this is a full-on severe weather outbreak. We have several severe thunderstorm warnings, several tornado warnings. We've already seen reports of a tornado. We've already seen reports of large hail across some of these areas. I think our meteorologist Matthew Cappucci is in a good spot because some of the things that, are very hard about having these types of events in the Southeast is there's not a whole lot of visibility on the storm. So let's say, there's a storm chaser out, they're trying to get footage of the storm, or even because it's a late night threat after sunset when it gets dark, there's not very much visibility. But Matthew Cappucci's kind of in Oklahoma where you get a little bit more visibility of the storms. And so I think he'll have a little bit of a better view of what's going on in terms of if there's any tornadoes on the ground. But as you can see in Jordan Hall's live feed, there's just so many trees, tall trees, shrubs. So visibility is not so great of the sky in terms of being able to see these storms. So, but if there is anything on the ground, I'm sure they'll be able to show us as best as they can. So we'll check back in here, and I haven't seen any newly issued tornado warnings, just extensions of the ones that are ongoing. And our confirmed tornado, okay, so it looks like they just updated this. Large and extremely dangerous tornado. So our first PDS tornado, let's go here. So this is from the National Weather Service in Paducah, Kentucky. And so let's zoom in here. And I think it's for this one up here. So you can definitely see the radar scan. Yeah, so let's do that again. Yeah, so this tornado warning in Illinois, that is now a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado located near Carterville, moving at 30 miles per hour. So this is what we mean. This is a tornado, a PDS tornado warning, a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. So that means a confirmed tornado is on the ground. Let me see if I can pull up a better radar scan here. The trouble with this one, I think it's kind of in between two radars. So you can definitely see some sort of debris ball signature. So it's basically that middle portion of the screen where the colors, where there's not so much red, but there's more of a not too prominent feature, but there is something there in our debris tracker. That's what I like to call it, our debris tracker. So basically tells if there's any debris being lofted into the atmosphere, our debris tracker will be able to see that. And that usually tells us that there's a tornado on the ground. Velocity, pretty tight as well. And let's read where that was. It's near Carterville. It's along Road 13. Yeah, near Carterville, moving at 30 miles per hour. So weather spotters confirmed the tornado. So right now that is our confirmed tornado. Let's see if we can get a better radar scan up here. Yeah, so definitely seeing our debris tracker pick up on this tornado. So this radar is picking up a little bit more on the velocity. Yeah, so a very, very dangerous situation unfolding here. So that's along highway or Interstate 57. It's about population of about 30,000 people are in this particularly dangerous situation, tornado warning. This is for Marion, Illinois, Pittsburgh, Illinois, and Spillertown, Illinois. This goes until 4 o'clock, so 30 minutes or so. Also, golf ball size hail is possible with this. So very, very dangerous storm occurring right now. I'm just panning between these different radars just to see what kind of signature I can see on each one. So the velocity is pretty prominent there. Yeah, so that pretty much tightened up pretty quickly. When we started the stream, we were tracking this one, and so it has traveled quite a bit of miles, but it now is on the ground confirmed. Again, if you're just joining us, this is for Marion, Pittsburgh, Illinois, and Spillertown, Illinois. If you know anybody who lives there, make sure to send them that information. If you have the MyRadar app, make sure that they're okay. There is a large and dangerous confirmed tornado on the ground with a medium-sized population of about 30,000 people within that tornado warning. And if anybody's watching us in Arkansas and Texas, they've also just issued a tornado watch. So isolated tornadoes are also going to be possible in the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area. Okay, so let's see. We're just switching between radars here. And this radar is taking me all over the place. I'm accidentally clicking the screen. Let's put on that radar. Okay, so let's go here. I want to see if there are any spotters. This is a spotter, I think. spotter network have confirmed this tornado. So I'm just reading the text from the National Weather Service here. Okay, so they are saying that the tornado or the circulation with it has weakened. Confirmed large tornado on the ground earlier. Very hard to see in some instances. But it was spotted for a second there in near Marion, so let's see if we can get seeing some previous scans of this. Yeah. That storm was headed towards Marion here. Let's turn on, let's see, I think. So Nick Gorman is near the storm. So from what I'm seeing in the app, it's just rain. He's actually on the western side of that tornado warning. Can't really see it. So if you're behind the storm, visibility is pretty limited just because there's heavy rain on the back end of this. Matt, if we could switch back to, yeah, there you go, the iPad. I need to do this. Okay. So that was one of the chasers that you can watch is feed of the storm. So yeah, you could kind of see where the heavy rain is right in front of him. If there's still a tornado on the ground, it would be crossing close to Interstate 57. So if this continues to show its, continues to spin, I wouldn't be surprised if they issued a warning down the line for it. Also reports of hail here near Marion. Yeah, so it looks like Jordan Hall is getting in on some rain there. So now it shows that Jordan Hall is near Clarksville, Tennessee. He's getting ahead of a tornado warning storm here. That's in Stewart County. It goes until 4, so there's another 30 minutes on it. Golf ball sized hail, so. And that's the stream that you're watching here on your screen. But so far, the only confirmed tornado was that large and extremely dangerous tornado for near Cartersville and near Marion, closing in on Marion, Illinois there. So if you're just now joining us, we're tracking a tornado warning that earlier had the PDS tornado warning. So that means a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning, which means there's a dangerous tornado on the ground. We've been tracking this for the last several minutes, but if you're now joining us, I see a couple more people across our streams. First of all, thank you for watching and choosing to watch us tonight. We have a team of storm chasers out in the field tracking the storms. Jordan Hall is, I think, now in Tennessee, or he was earlier in Kentucky, and our storm chaser meteorologist, Matthew Cappucci, is also out in the field. He's in Oklahoma, where, you know, Oklahoma, you weren't in the bullseye of this moderate risk of severe weather that was mostly for parts of the Midwest and Southeast, but there is also potential of seeing some dangerous storms in eastern Oklahoma. And they just issued a tornado watch for parts of North Texas that includes Dallas-Fort Worth along Interstate 35 all the way down into Austin, Texas, just on the outskirts of Austin. And this tornado watch goes until 10 o'clock tonight. That's a huge population in Texas. There's also a newly issued tornado watch for parts of eastern Texas from Tyler along Interstate 20 all the way up into Texarkana. That goes until 10 as well. And they're saying possible tornadoes with very large hail. So I think the primary threat in Texas would be the very large hail, but we cannot rule out an isolated tornado. So I know a lot of you guys have already seen severe weather over the last 2 weeks. So we're here to provide more updates. If you're concerned, you live in some of the areas that have been affected by the severe weather, and you may see another round of that today. Again, I just want to reiterate, most of what we're anticipating is going to be across Tennessee and Kentucky, but we are also expect to see a couple strong tornadoes in Oklahoma and some isolated storms in and around Texas. And so a huge chunk of the country seeing warnings. Bear with me, but if you want to know what warning is near you, let me know where you're watching from, what city you're located in, and we'll plot your city here on the map on the MyRadar app and give you some of the latest updates. So for now, we're just continuing to track these tornado warnings. So far, we have 8 tornado warnings from Tennessee to Illinois, Missouri, and the National Weather Service is doing such a great job issuing these pretty quickly to give people advance notice. So let's go here, and this is a newly issued tornado warning right over West Tennessee. So Benton County and Henry County, that's right over Paris, Tennessee, along Highway 641 and Tennessee 218. Nothing confirmed there, but I am seeing a tight indication of rotation there. And then we have this tornado warning that continues to be ongoing for Stewart County, where we're also seeing some rotation. We have Jordan Hall, I think, near there now. And I think that's the storm he's closing in on. You can see his chaser feed here and on your screen as well. So it's getting pretty dark there. Yeah, you can definitely see where he is there on your screen. So he's tracking a tornado warning. He is under a tornado warning. And he just, I think, just drove into Tennessee because north of that, there's also a tornado warning now for Kentucky. So he's on the border of Kentucky and Tennessee. You're seeing a lot of, tree coverage there where he's driving. So if there's anything on the ground, it would be very hard to see. But he's doing a great job of tracking these storms for us as well. So far, we have a tornado warning in Tennessee, and now the National Weather Service offices have issued this tornado warning in Kentucky for Christian and Trigg County until 4:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. And that's the storm Storm Chaser Jordan Hall is on. So a newly issued tornado warning as well, just south of the one where there was a large and dangerous confirmed tornado. Now, this newly issued tornado warning is for Polk County. Nothing is confirmed, but if you live in this county in Illinois, you need to seek shelter immediately. It goes until 4:15 p.m. this evening. See what other storms. Okay, so it looks like severe thunderstorms are starting to fire off in Oklahoma now and coming into parts of Missouri. We still have that tornado warning over Neosho, now over Granbury, or Granby, I should say. So this is for northeastern Newton County. So there's Jordan Hall. I think he's trying to get a visual of that storm that's ongoing. We'll put up the radar here so you can see where his location is. Yeah, so he's on the back side of that storm. Yeah, I'm trying to watch his feed here. Looks like it's very, very dark. I'm pretty sure he's on the backside of that storm. So he's trying to, on the southwestern side of it, getting in on some rain. So you're definitely seeing that on the radar. Yeah, let's put him full screen for now, then listen in on what he's saying.
have to put a drone up. You can right on this side of the road, 400. Yes. I see it on my map. You can. I saw it too. Tripping pretty good right here. Keep an eye on the right side of that road. Merged. They just merged. What's it gonna do?
In 5.5 miles, turn right onto US 59.
Hey y'all, it's Meteorologist Erica Lopez. I'm back. We're getting into the 4 o'clock hour, Central Daylight Time. Tornado warnings are starting to pick up. We have about 11 tornado warnings right now, 35 severe thunderstorm warnings, 29 now. Now that we're heading into the 5 o'clock hour, some of them have been allowed to expire. And then now we have 8 tornado warnings. So very, very active evening for a lot of you guys. A huge chunk of parts of the Central Plains, parts of the Southeast. Our team of storm chasers are out in the field. As you can see, we have Matthew Cappucci, his live feed at the bottom of your screen, and he is in Oklahoma this evening. And then Storm Chaser Jordan Hall, who's been following this tornado warned storm over the last several minutes here, and he's near Clarksville, Tennessee, and it's dark there. You can see like the sky pretty ominous. It's raining a lot, so that's going to be another one of the issues that we're going to run into tonight with these storms, is as we have more of the rain, may block view of whatever storm may be on the ground. So let's get you a quick update on what's going on. So again, we have several tornado warnings that have been issued, and let's start here. So the tornado warning that Jordan Hall is on, this is in Clarksville, Tennessee, extends into parts of Kentucky. This is not a confirmed tornado, but it is a storm capable of producing a tornado near Big Rock, 11 miles southwest of Fort Campbell, and it's moving at 35 miles per hour. The counties that are within this tornado warning are Montgomery and Stewart counties in Tennessee and Kentucky. They extended that tornado warning for Christian and Trigg counties. So 3-inch hail, they're also warning this for 3-inch hail. So a huge hail maker with these storms that we're seeing tonight. And so that's something to keep in mind. So let's see if we can actually track the hail. So there's our hail tracker, I like to call it. It really measures the atmosphere's profiles and gives us a good view of where potentially the hail cores with these storms could be. As you can see, there's several of them as well coming into Clarksville with all of these storms. Clarksville, though, you're in a tornado warning, but also severe thunderstorm warning. So you kind of have both the hail risk and the potential tornado risk here tonight. So let's go back and show you this tornado warning that's coming over areas of Kentucky Lake as we speak. So this tornado warning for Benton and northeastern Henry counties, it's about 10 miles southeast of Paris Landing, moving at 35 miles per hour. They're also warning this for half dollar sized hail. Let's take a look at the velocity tracker here. So pretty much if we can see spin within the storm, how tight the rotation is, and it can give us a better view. So it looks like the rotation has weakened, and I think that's why they have extended this tornado warning with the severe thunderstorm warning. So they are going to let that tornado warning expire here over the next several minutes. And earlier today, we were tracking a tornado warned storm just north of Nashville, and it continues, but it's a severe thunderstorm warning over this area for the potential of 60-mile-per-hour winds and large hail for Sumner and Macon County in Tennessee. So several severe thunderstorm warnings issued, and let's give you a quick update on this new tornado warning that's also in Tennessee. So most of our tornado warnings tonight are in Tennessee. A very, very active evening. So let's show you here, Humphreys, Hickman County. This is a tornado warning for those counties until 4:30 p.m. So we have another 15 minutes or so on this warning, with ping pong size hail possible. I want to check and see if we can get a better radar scan of this. It is a little bit away from a radar, but I think the Nashville radar would pick up on this storm. As we get these radar scans to load pretty quickly here. So this is over Lobbleville in Tennessee. It's along Interstate 40. And one of the good things about this app is we can really zoom in and give you, if there's a tornado on the ground, give you maybe neighborhood by neighborhood, street by street on where it could possibly be, just because we can get a very good zoom in on this on our app. But it's pretty much on the eastern side of Kentucky Lake, southeastern side. So far, most of the tornadic activity is in Tennessee and Kentucky. And it looks like we do have 2 tornado warnings in the state of Missouri. So we'll turn on that radar there and give you some quick updates. So anywhere from Boulevard, Missouri, just north of Springfield along, I think, Road 13 there. That's a tornado warning. So nothing confirmed on the ground, but it is for Dade County and Polk County in Missouri. And so there's that scan. And I am seeing a little notch of velocity or rotation within this storm. But yeah, it looks like it is starting to get its act together a little bit there in Missouri. And let's give you an update on this tornado warning. So there's another tornado warning that's issued for Newton, Berry, and Lawrence County, all in Missouri for until 4:45. There hasn't been a confirmed tornado yet so far. Of course, when there is a confirmed tornado, we'll let y'all know. But for so far, so good. We still have several tornado warnings, though. So that means if you're under a tornado warning, you want to seek shelter immediately. So someone asking about Eastern Tennessee. Eastern Tennessee, you definitely have a chance of seeing some tornadoes this evening. Most of the activity right now is over Central Tennessee. But as these storms move to the east, I still think there is a possibility that you'll see some of that, especially with just the way it's looking right now. These storms are bubbling up pretty quickly, and the ones that do move to the east, they still have the potential. This atmosphere is just so conducive for any of these storms to fire off quickly. And in the southeast, that's definitely what we're seeing. So Tennessee, Eastern Tennessee, you're also under that tornado watch until 9:00 p.m. tonight. So if you're under that tornado watch, just be mindful. I do think the tornado potential is there tonight. Not only that, but the very large hail potential that you may see there tonight. But if you're talking amongst each others in the chat or you're watching us on the app, you have questions or concerns about where you live, we're streaming all across our platform. So whether that be YouTube, we're also on Facebook, we're also on Twitter / formerly Twitter, now X. I think a lot of us still call it Twitter. You can join the conversation there, ask your questions if you're watching us from the app. We're also going to be on TikTok. So we also have live coverage on TikTok. And our meteorologist, Mike Linden, will be on there answering your questions as well as we track this night out. We were here just on Monday. Monday was a pretty active period for parts of Oklahoma. And Oklahoma, you're getting in on another round of severe weather. You saw it a couple days ago. You saw it today. Dallas, Fort Worth, you might get in on that as well. So Texas right now, you're not seeing very much activity. Let's turn on that radar so we can get an update. So I know a lot of you guys watch us from Texas. I'm from Texas, so I know things could change really quickly in the state. And so earlier models were hinting that Texas, you're going to see more of an isolated threat. I'm already seeing a storm pretty much growing near Kylene, Texas. So that's on the west side of I-35 right now. Nothing severe yet, but I think this is more so of an evening threat more than anything. And let's pull back up that radar. Yeah, so we're just still seeing that tornado threat in Texas as well. I think it's going to be more isolated. So not everybody's going to see it, but there is a chance of seeing very large hail. I think that's one of the primary threats in Texas. Terrell, Texas as well, North Texas, you're also under that tornado watch. So just be mindful of that. Pay attention. Right now, not very much activity. So it may trick you a little bit just because there's not very much, but these storms will blow up pretty quickly. Yeah, Texas weather, you know, changes in an instant. It may be sunny one day or for 1 hour, and then the next minute you'll get a thunderstorm. So this just the environment. We're getting into the spring weather in Texas, and then the summer's also somewhat of the similar thing. But you know, May definitely brings us that peak activity in severe storms and especially tornadoes. And I think this month definitely, I mean, this season so far has definitely proved that. I was saying this earlier, we have seen a tornado almost every single day for the past 2 weeks since the end of April. And it's already May 8th. It's been a very long month for a lot of you guys that have been dealing with the severe weather, what it left behind in your community. So we're definitely trying to keep you guys up to date. That's why we have our team of storm chasers out in the field. Jordan Hall is in Tennessee, if you're just now joining us. And then Cappucci is in Oklahoma tonight. So yeah. Illinois, just hang in there. You know where you're to go if you are under a tornado warning. Definitely go into the most interior portion of your home if you can. That is pretty much the safe spot. If you have a basement, that is the best area to go during these tornado warnings. In Illinois, you've been getting a lot of them over the last several days as well. Yesterday, you know, there was a threat in the Midwest, and we saw strong tornadoes in Michigan yesterday evening. And so now the tornado threat's just a little bit south of those areas, but some of the same areas that saw the severe weather yesterday are seeing it again today. And you're definitely seeing that on your screen right now. Okay, so let's give you a quick update. Let's see if we have anything confirmed. And so again, nothing is on the ground, but a tornado warning means that these storms could spin up pretty quickly. And so let's talk a little bit about some significant severe thunderstorm warnings. So it looks like near Osage Beach near Springfield, Missouri, 3-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. I am seeing baseball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So that was the storm that we were talking about earlier near Clarksville that is producing that kind of. So if we go on our app here, we can show you. Her station radar will show you those different layers that we were talking about. So the debris tracker, if you're curious on if there's a tornado on the ground, it'll show you where the debris is being lofted into the atmosphere. We have a velocity or rotation tracker. It tells you the storm is still spinning. And then we could also track hail with our per station radars, which is very beneficial, especially for a day like today where we're already seeing reports and even possible baseball-sized hail with these severe thunderstorm warnings. And so I actually want to see what that looks like here. And yeah, so all of those kind of bright spots you're seeing on the screen all indicate that there's some sort of possible hail core within these storms, and baseball-sized hail possible in around Clarksville, where you saw earlier a confirmed tornado near there. So this is a destructive storm, baseball-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Yeah, you're definitely seeing that with the latest scan here, right over Clarksville. So this, again, can cause damage to your roofs or homes. Baseball size, so about 2.5 inches in diameter. They're also warning this for possible winds here. So baseball size hail, pretty large. Destructive storm, that is what they're saying with this storm. Again, Clarksville is in Tennessee, in Montgomery County. And so very powerful storm. Storm chaser Jordan Hall was there earlier. Looks like he continues to track a storm just, I think, to the east of this area. So yeah, he's east of Clarksville. He was over there earlier, but I think he's anticipating some storms over there. So yeah, and you know, thank you guys again for joining us tonight. So let's turn on this radar. Now Jordan Hall is getting in on some rain over there. So definitely very active for him right now. And if you're curious, I know I'm getting a lot of questions about what's going to happen down the line. We actually have video from meteorologist Cappucci. He did a forecast that you can access for free in the video layer. And so if you are watching us from your phone, when you open up the MyRadar app, you'll be able to see a video kind of icon at the bottom of the screen. You click that and you'll be able to see all of the videos that we've produced for today. Meteorologist Cappucci goes over the forecast and his thinking. He's in Oklahoma right now chasing these storms while Jordan Hall, I think he's getting in. So now I'm looking at the storm and it's starting to get a hook-like signature from the radar. So I think he's targeting that. Nothing confirmed though with this storm, but it is, I think it's starting to rotate here rapidly. As we get some of the latest radar scans to come in, and they scan every 5 minutes or so. And these are from the National Weather Service, these radars. So every 5, maybe even up to a minute, we get new scans of these radars. So it helps us pinpoint if there's something on the ground right now or if this rotation is tightening over this area. So let me get some latest facts here from the National Weather Service. And kind of update you guys. But I think, Cappucci, he's seeing some blue skies still, anticipating storm initiation where he is in eastern Oklahoma. We are expecting that. And this is more so of a late evening threat. So Oklahoma, you still have about another 3 hours or so of daylight. So, and Storm Chaser Jordan Hall is kind of on the edge of Eastern and Central time. So it's getting dark there pretty quickly. He still has about another hour or so of daylight in parts of the South there. Yeah, so some of these storms are strengthening in motion. But so far right now, we only have 5 tornado warnings. A lot of flash flood warnings, though. Flash flooding will be definitely a major issue. But so far, I mean, nothing on the ground. But if you are under a tornado warning, you need to seek shelter immediately. Just watching this live feed, I think Jordan's really trying to get a view of that possible storm that's just to the south of him right now. Yeah, but let us know where you're watching from. Give us a shout out in the chat, or if you want to share content, send it to your friends and family. This information will be very important to them throughout the evening. Waiting for this radar to load here. Yeah, but so far today, I think we've seen one confirmed large tornado, and that was earlier in Tennessee. It was very hard to see just because it was, I think if you were on the backside of it, it was rain wrapped.
In 1 mile, turn right into the parking lot.
Yeah, so I actually want to go to some video here of what Storm Chaser Jordan Hall saw in the field. And so we'll refresh this. So I want to show you all this. I think, so this is what we were talking about. Ping pong sized hail. This is from Jordan Hall. Was it? No, not ping pong. Oh yeah, it was ping pong sized hail. There in Clarksville, Tennessee. So he is close to there. Look how big that hailstone is. It's about 1.5 inches. And that was that destructive storm that they were warning for earlier. And so, yeah, Jordan Hall, if you want to follow us there on Twitter, they're going to continue updating on what they see out in the field for sure. So definitely already, these storms, that's one of the risks, not only tornadoes, but we're also tracking them for the large hail potential. So a lot of y'all watching from different parts of the country, from Texas, Kentucky, Tennessee, Illinois.
Go past this light, then turn right into the parking lot.
National Weather Service in Paducah is pretty busy today. So let's update you guys. So it looks like they just issued a new tornado warning just south of Auburville and Linden, Tennessee. So now this new tornado warning is for Wayne County, Perry County, Middle Tennessee. Tennis ball sized hail is also possible with this storm. Yeah, so you can definitely see where the hail cores are with both of these storms, or possible hail cores here. Lots of lightning though. These are definitely packing a punch as they come into areas of Tennessee. So let's give you an update on some of these Illinois tornado warnings. So a couple of them, we already have 3 in Illinois. We have a chaser there, so let's see if we can pull up this feed. Yeah, so this chaser has a good view of the storm. Looks like he's parked and he is looking at it. He might be right in the center of the storm. He might just be outside of where it's raining, so he's kind of looking at it as it's going to the east, southeast. Hardin County, Illinois, Crittenden County, and Union County in Kentucky. So this is both Illinois and Kentucky, I think right on the border. So that's one tornado warning that we're tracking. There's an extension of one into Saline and Gallatin County in Illinois. This is for, very small population here, I think. Not too many cities in the way. But, this is an extension of the tornado warning, and there's a tornado warning behind it as well that I think is about, it still has a couple more minutes on it. And then 3-inch hail continues for parts of as well as Missouri. So a lot of these thunderstorm warnings are for 3-inch hail, huge hail that's falling there right now. But so far, that's where most of the activity is right now. It's from Missouri to Kentucky and Tennessee. Tennessee, you kind of have a line where you have those individual storms that all are tornado warned. But I'm really watching if there's anything confirmed on the ground or any sort of situation that could be dangerous. So let's show you another picture actually from Jordan Hall. He just updated this. And so here's the 3-inch hail in Tennessee. It's very spiky. Yeah, that's some huge hail there in Clarksville, Tennessee. They were warning that earlier for a destructive storm. So basically because of the large hail. So I'll keep an eye on that. He's running into some traffic there. Okay, so here we go. So now they just tagged this with large and extremely dangerous tornado south of Harrisburg. And I think, yes, so it's this storm that we were looking at earlier. So this is a now confirmed large and dangerous tornado. South of Harrisburg. So yeah, so this is a PDS tornado warning. And let's see what the population number on this is. So about 7,000 residents live, and this is for Ledford, Mitchellsville, and Equality, Illinois until 4:45. So there is a confirmed large and dangerous tornado on this storm right now. 7,000 people are in the path of the storm. This is just right on the south end of Illinois. So this storm potentially may cross 3 states. So depending on where it goes, it could go into Kentucky if it continues spinning, or into the north or the southwestern corner of Indiana. So it's right on the border of those 3 states. Again, a major tornado on the ground right now in Illinois. See if I can get any images here. Yeah, so this means this is a life-threatening storm, dangerous tornado on the ground. Yes, that's a PDS tornado warning. I'm not seeing any images. It's probably really hard to see this tornado right now. But I think a spotter. So let's see. Yes, so a large and extremely dangerous tornado moving Harrisburg. So let's go. Let's check this. Yeah, it's just very hard to see. Yeah, definitely spinning there. Hunter Hurley is really close to it, but I don't think he'll be able to. Okay, so he has an interesting image there. Possibly a wall cloud that he's looking at, but I think he's on this storm that's on the south. Yeah, he has a good image, but I think this is of a, depending on where he is, of a different storm. Yeah, so far I'm not seeing any visuals of the storm. Hunter has a really interesting image, but he's on another tornado warning right now, and that one could possibly be something that spins up here. Yeah, so that confirmed large and dangerous and large and extremely dangerous tornado located south of Harrisburg, moving at 35 miles per hour. This is a PDS tornado warning. Of course, PDS is very rare, but they want to draw your attention to this. Dangerous situation, tornado warning. So that means a large tornado is on the ground. About 7,000 people live in this tornado warning. But so far, I'm not seeing if it's still on the ground or not. Either way, if you're in the path of this storm, seek shelter immediately. Again, the lowest portion of your home. So whether that be a basement or the most interior portion, which that would be anywhere from a closet, if there's a bathroom in the centermost interior portion of your home, away from exterior walls and windows, that would be the best area to seek shelter. Yeah, so Jordan got in. I'm seeing some major hail near Clarksville. Yeah, but so far, just from what I'm reading from the local reports, they did have a confirmed tornado there. It's just a lot of rain associated with it right now. That's south of the Harrisburg Raleigh Airport. For Illinois. Again, this is in the state of Illinois. It looks like Jordan Hall is getting in on some traffic there. So it looks like he's on the move. It's pretty dark where he is. Clarksville, there's still some pretty strong storms in and around the area. Most of them right now are severe thunderstorm warned. There's still one tornado warning right now in Tennessee. That's south of Nashville, southwest of Nashville. So a couple miles away. Tennis ball sized hail is also a threat with this. Still has a very tight indication of rotation there. So the storm continues to spin in this area. So far right now, 7 tornado warnings, most of them being issued by the Weather Service in Paducah, Kentucky, that they're still keeping the large and extremely dangerous tornado warning. So it's still on the ground. And it's still on the ground just south of Harrisburg here. Let's see if this chaser has a view of this storm. And we're able to provide the storm chaser cameras from our partners at Severe Live Studios. So yeah, he is driving on a dirt road there, but it looks like he's not seeing anything. He's on another tornado warning. He's just on the southmost end of where that confirmed large tornado is. Yes, I'm trying to wait to see if he gets either that tornado in view there. This is just from our storm chasers layer feed. Yeah, so that PDS tornado still over, it's near Equality, Illinois. Yeah, pretty bad velocity signature there, a pretty tight rotation. Yeah, so he's getting in that footage of the storm. It's so dark there. I'm wondering what direction he's driving. But so far I haven't seen. I've just seen that it is a PDS tornado. And there's also nickel-sized hail being reported. So there's actually these two warnings that are right next to each other. They both have individual storms that one of them behind it could possibly be producing a tornado as we speak. There might be two confirmed tornadoes. I want to keep his shot up because I want to see if he's going to be in view of what's on the ground right now.
At the stop sign, turn right. In 2.8 miles, turn right onto US 59 south toward Heavener.
Okay, so it looks like Cappucci's still in Oklahoma here. Yeah, it's so interesting to see the two different shots and what they're both each seeing. So Oklahoma definitely has a chance of seeing storms this evening. But yes, in Oklahoma, you can see the blue skies. Where Jordan is, it's raining pretty heavily. He saw hail earlier. The stream that I'm putting up there over the MyRadar, over the radar, quite possibly, maybe we could see this tornado that's confirmed on the ground in Illinois tonight. And then
In 2 miles, turn right onto US 59 south toward Heavener.
let's see. Yeah, so we're seeing a lot of activity in Tennessee. Yes, if you're just now joining us, we're continuing to track these storms. So we'll put back up this radar because it looks like we have a new confirmed tornado in
Stay in the right lane.
Missouri. So first of all, we have this PDS tornado warning. A confirmed tornado was located near Equality. Extremely large tornado. Not sure if it's still on the ground. It's been a couple minutes now, but this expires at about 4 4:45. So another 5 minutes on this PDS tornado warning. There is another storm behind that one. And could quite possibly, there could be a tornado. Looks like we lost this chaser's feed. But there is another confirmed tornado. This is in Missouri. Yeah, so this is, I think, a confirmed tornado. You can kind of see the storm hooking. Confirmed tornado is located near Verona and near Aurora, moving at 35 miles per hour. So a damaging tornado, golf ball sized hail, and emergency management confirmed that tornado. So look at that signature. When you kind of have that curvature in the radar scan, that's a good indication that there is a tornado on the ground, and they're confirming that. You can see the velocity here. Yeah, we'll zoom in here so you can see what I'm talking about. So right here where I'm pointing, that is a very good indication that the storm is spinning. It's now on the south end of Aurora, Missouri. Let's do correlation coefficient here. Yeah, so not a, yeah, so you can kind of see where this is what we call our debris tracker. It is lofting debris in the atmosphere. So this is a confirmed tornado. Keep that signature up here while I get some of the latest information from the National Weather Service. And this is for Springfield, Missouri. Near Springfield, Missouri.
For about 26 miles, continue straight.
Yeah, so possible tornado there. So it's headed on the south end of Aurora here. Let's see how many people are in this tornado warning. So about 40,000 people live here. Yeah, that is a concerning signature. That's a tornado that is confirmed. It's tightening, it's gaining strength, and you can definitely see that. So it's kind of moving. It's moving in an east-northeasterly almost direction here. Going not exactly, but it might cross this road here. So this is Highway 60. You can kind of see where the center of the rotation is. So there's Aurora to the north of the radar, and you could see where the possible tornado is on the ground right now. It is moving, and it was moving to the east for a second, but it might now be turning to the north. So there's the latest scan. Yep. Looks like it is turning into a northeasterly. Might be headed for the east side, southeast side of Aurora. It's coming over Highway 60 as we speak. Yeah, so we are looking at a confirmed tornado that is south of Aurora, Missouri. That is what we're zoomed in on right now. Crossing Highway 60. And we haven't gotten the tornado in Illinois might have lifted here. So let's get some updates on this. Looks like also golf ball size hail is being reported with this storm. A new tornado watch has been issued for those areas that are seeing tornadoes now until midnight. So that includes Kentucky, Missouri, Illinois. Yeah, so it's mostly for a large chunk of Missouri. Yeah, so then I'm seeing near St. James, grapefruit size hail is being reported. We'll have to see if there's any images of that on social media that we'll retweet. But that was earlier. So grapefruit sized hail was reported. So that confirmed tornado continues in Aurora, Missouri. Yeah, so large and extremely dangerous tornado now. So that is now a PDS tornado. That was the one that we were watching here in Aurora. I mean, we saw it unfold here before our eyes. That signature, the radar signature, had a large hook. It's still moving on the south end side of Aurora now. That was what my concern is. It looked like it was kind of moving to the northeast now, and we're definitely seeing that with the latest scan. So this one now is a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado, PDS tornado warning. Yeah, so we're going to keep tracking this large and extremely dangerous tornado. Looks like maybe the velocity now is possibly starting to weaken. It was very strong earlier. Let's get some of the latest radar scans here. So yeah, you can definitely see that hook echo in parts of Missouri. Aurora, you're still under the thick of it. Yeah, that is a crazy signature there. So it looks like we also have a severe thunderstorm warning. Now our first one of our first ones in Oklahoma. So we'll check in here on that here in a bit. I kind of want to get more information on this one here that's on the ground. Yeah, so definitely confirmed large tornado in Aurora now. Let's see if we can. Yeah, so now it's moving possibly into Marionville. Billings, you're down the line for that. Let's check in on some storms here. Yeah, so this is really our biggest concern right now is this PDS, what was a PDS tornado warning, or still is, I think. Let's get the latest on this. Yeah, so it's still on the ground, possibly as of 4:44, so just about almost 5 minutes ago. They confirmed a tornado on the ground, very large and dangerous. And so far this evening, guys, we have 4 tornado warnings. One with that PDS tag. Yeah, so we're checking in on Cappucci there, and he is in southeastern Oklahoma. It's still pretty sunny there. You could see clouds in and around that area. I think things will change quickly there in Oklahoma. The risk is more so in the evening, late afternoon into evening. I'll keep this up here. So yeah, it looks like the earlier radar scans had it hooking, and that was an insane, like crazy radar signature. You never like to see those, especially with tornado warnings, because it means that there is a tornado on the ground and it is a strong tornado. And that I'm not surprised they issued that PDS tornado warning. Okay, so and they did extend, like I said earlier, that to tornado watch. But so far, yeah, they're keeping that PDS tornado warning. So again, for Marionville, I think you're kind of in the path of the storm. Billings, Clever, Crane, and Hurley. About 24,000 people live in this PDS tornado warning. Golf ball-sized hail is also possible with this storm. Yeah, and I'm wondering if this chaser can see it. There's a lot of lightning here, but I think he's on the backside of that PDS tornado warning, so he's not going to be able to see much with all that rain. Yeah, but even without the radar turned on, you can see that there's 1, 2, 3, 4 tornadoes, 2 of them in Tennessee, 2 of them in it's in Kentucky, and right outside of Kentucky, like in the Kentucky-Illinois border there. And right now, yeah, so several severe thunderstorm warnings issued for Oklahoma. Cappucci continues chasing in eastern Oklahoma. Heather Carter looks like she's getting in some dark skies there. Yeah, so let's keep it in on this tornado warning here. Looks like they have extended the tornado warning to include now those cities that we were talking about, Billings, Clever, Crane. That's what I was reading out earlier. And they're keeping it as a confirmed tornado now. They're not really sure if it's a PDS anymore. It's not a PDS, but there is a confirmed tornado with that tornado warning. Looks like Aurora, you just got out of that tornado warning. So you're in the clear for now. There is a severe thunderstorm right behind this one. So hail will still be the biggest threat for you guys. Yeah, so let's see. It's out, yeah. So we're getting several reports of golf ball sized hail in Missouri. Yeah, so the velocity just didn't look as impressive with that storm. So that's some good news. It looks like it is starting to not be as strong as it was earlier from just that velocity signature. Yeah, and it doesn't have that prominent hook echo feature, so it looks like at least things so far so good with that storm. It's still a confirmed tornado, but it's not that PDS tornado tag. Still need to be in your shelter if you live anywhere from Billings, Clever, Hurley, and Crane. You're in that tornado warning. Yeah, so we are tracking these storms. So trying to get the latest information here. Hey, you're watching us, you're curious, continue to ask your questions. I see some of y'all talking in the chat. So I am trying to keep track of what you guys are saying. We're in for, I think, a pretty, we've been here for about almost, let's see, almost 2 hours now, tracking these storms. Share this information with your friends and family. I see a lot of you from pretty much everyone who's watching us, I think, is in either tornado watch or severe thunderstorm watch. Severe weather, huge chunk of the country under this risk of severe weather. About 3 million are under this moderate risk of severe weather. About 17 million are in the enhanced. 30 million, that's a huge chunk, are in that slight risk. So, several millions of you are under a threat of severe weather, mostly from the plains to the East Coast, a very, very active weather pattern. It seems as if, there's been a risk every day of some sort of severe weather. I think Sunday was probably the lowest risk that we've had in quite a bit of time, but there's still some storms in and around this area. Today, I think it's probably one of the largest risk zones that we've seen over the past 2 weeks. And pretty much every storm that grows, it has the potential of producing a tornado. We definitely saw that yesterday in Michigan. We also saw dangerous tornadoes the day before. So it's just been nonstop weather pattern here. In May, usually this is, again, I've said this over and over, it's peak tornado season, and the atmosphere this year, it's just very volatile. So any storm that forms either produces very large hail or dangerous tornadoes. Now, not everybody's seen it, but you've definitely seen tornadoes in every corner of the East Coast, from Michigan to Oklahoma, tonight in Missouri, in Tennessee. So, we want you guys to stay weather aware, share this information. Let us know what you think about the app. I saw a lot of good feedback from you guys. And when we go out and talk to a lot of you, you always give us some good things about the app. So I'm glad if you're watching us from the app, join the conversation. Let us know in the chat here from YouTube, Facebook, X. And we're in now in the 6 o'clock hour for Eastern time, 5 o'clock Central. So it looks like there is a severe thunderstorm warning now. So that storm that we were tracking earlier in Texas grew pretty rapidly. And so now there is a severe thunderstorm warning just on the north side of Kylene, south of Waco along I-35. This is for mostly 60-mile-per-hour winds and half dollar size hail. So the thing about Texas tonight, it's going to be very isolated. So unlike what we're seeing now in the southeast and even across the Midwest, where these storms are pretty much everywhere, Texas is going to be very isolated. Now there is a chance, and that's why they have issued that tornado watch. I think mostly where the area where we're seeing now a severe thunderstorm, I think south end of Dallas, Fort Worth, along Interstate 20 in eastern Texas, I think you have more of a chance of seeing isolated storms, but especially tornadoes, very, very isolated. Meteorologist Matthew Cappucci continues to be in eastern Oklahoma. You see him driving there towards those building clouds. So he's definitely keeping an eye on these storms, and you're definitely getting into the hilly part of Oklahoma there. Usually over central Oklahoma, it's pretty flat, but you're definitely getting in on that border of Arkansas and eastern Oklahoma. So far right now, we have 3 tornado warnings. All of them are just radar indicated tornado warnings. Looks like they have let that tornado warning that had a confirmed tornado maybe no longer has a confirmed tornado with it, as really the velocity has gone down with it. So yeah, they're tagging it with a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. Trends earlier really had that storm weakening, so it definitely weakened considerably. Golf ball size hail has been reported though in Aurora, just south of Aurora, Missouri, where that large dangerous tornado was confirmed earlier tonight. A lot going on tonight for sure. I'm trying to keep track of all these tornado warnings. At one point, I think there were 11 tornado warnings issued all across the country. So very active already tonight. Tornado damage being reported in Illinois.
Starting route to 74543. In 6.5 miles, turn right onto US 259.
Yeah, so just keeping it track for all you guys right now. So still 3 tornado warnings. Thankfully, nothing's on the ground. But if you're under tornado warning, just get on the ground, seek shelter, go into the lowest floor of your home, get into the most interior portion of your home, away from exterior walls and windows. So it looks like they have issued. So let's go back here in Tennessee. Tennessee, you've been seeing a lot of these tornado warnings lately. And so definitely still watching. So now they've issued a new tornado warning over Highway 412. That is 8 miles east of Hohenwald, Tennessee at 45 miles per hour tornado and 2-inch hail is possible. So let's turn on that radar. Yeah, that, let's put on the velocity here. Yeah, so that storm's definitely spinning. Definitely coming into Mount Pleasant in Tennessee. There's a tornado warning to the north of this area as well. And that includes Springfield, Tennessee this time. And looks like it is starting to strengthen a little bit just south of Springfield here. There's also several severe thunderstorm warnings issued on top of the tornado warning. So this one I'm a little bit more concerned about. This is coming right along, just cross Interstate 24. Yeah, this one looks like it's strengthening a little bit. So I wouldn't be surprised if here within the next couple of minutes, a tornado would be confirmed or anything like that. Yeah, so definitely watching this tornado warning. Let's see what our correlation coefficient is showing here. Pink ball size hail is possible with this though. Let's put on So let's go here. I'm trying to get some of the latest information from the National Weather Service. Yeah, so they have been reporting, you know, almost 3-inch hail all around where those storms have been. Yeah, so it looks like we could be seeing a storm here soon. And I think it's for this storm right here. The storm may be trying to spin up also down in the southern end of Tennessee here. Let's see what this storm chaser, Jordan Hall. So Jordan Hall is kind of, so he looks like he's driven a little bit more south of Clarksville now, and he's just outside of Nashville. Yeah, so it looks like Cappucci is kind of going into a zone where the signal is not the best, so he's going in and out there in Oklahoma. Yeah, but so far right now, just severe thunderstorm warnings, concerning watching this one that is near Springfield, Tennessee. Yeah, let us know where you're watching. Let us know what platform you're watching us from. How did you find this feed? Are you a longtime user, or did you just happen to find our severe weather coverage here? Let me know. I'm curious. Someone from Pennsylvania is watching us.
For about 23 miles, continue straight.
Yeah, so far a lot of the activity has been in Illinois.
Wow, on Verizon on SOS right now.
So yeah, tornado warning continues for Mount Pleasant, Tennessee. Just a radar indicated tornado warning. That is in central Tennessee. So it's off highway 412 there. I'm still a little bit concerned about this one near Coopertown. This tornado warning has about 47,000 of you guys in it. It goes until 5:30. Another 20 minutes or so on that tornado warning. Yeah, so Jordan Hall is right outside. He's in Sladen, Tennessee. Yeah, it looks very stormy where he is. Lots of rain. Hey, thanks for watching for North Carolina. I'm glad you found us on YouTube, longtime user. Wonder if you knew that we had a video platform or video stream. Share this video if you know anybody who lives in these areas. Yeah, so this tornado warning here. This latest scan here. I think Jordan Hall is heading south. Yeah, I'm just trying to watch Jordan's feed here. He's kind of in between storms right now. So it looks like they just did extend this tornado warning down near Mount Pleasant. So the rotation continues over this area. Let's get some latest information on this one. So this is for Lewis County, Maury County. Not a tornado on the ground, but yeah, I definitely still see rotation with the storm. So I'm not surprised they reissued it down the line for counties, Lewis County and Maury County. Yeah, so now this includes areas of Hampshire, Mount Pleasant, Columbia, Theta. About 67,000 people live within this tornado warning. Quarter-sized hail is possible. Nothing has been confirmed on the ground from this storm.
We're going 26 miles per hour. Trucks, I'm sorry that you can't get up the hill, but that's not my problem. How is there no slow truck lane? We are going up the
Yeah, so Farragut is close to Knoxville. Knoxville right now. You're outside of, well, actually, you do have a tornado watch. There's no storms there right now, but this goes until midnight. So the severe storm threat in Farragut, that's outside of Knoxville, it will continue for the night. But for so far right now, there's not too much activity there. So let's put on this radar. Yeah, but it looks like storms are starting to bubble up near and around that area. Again, just stay weather aware. If you have family members there, let them know, hey, the storms are now in central Tennessee, and eventually as we get more of these storms to bubble up, which looks like they're starting to near Knoxville, you have the potential, these have the potential of really growing quickly and producing either large hail, damaging winds, and even that tornado threat. Yeah, so tornado warnings keep popping off here. Let's see. Looks like we kind of are losing Jordan Hall here, or that's Cappucci. Cappucci stream goes in and out there. Yeah, several tornado warnings are ongoing here. Yeah, so far we've had actually several PDS tornadoes, unfortunately, in several different states. So an already active afternoon. Yeah, so I'm concerned with this storm here in Cooper, near Coopertown. Had a concerning signature earlier. Yeah, so it looks like we still have about several severe thunderstorm warnings, and I'm watching to make sure that I'm not missing any of these that have huge hail associated with them. And also watching what the storms are doing in Texas and Oklahoma. Most of the activity right now is in the southeast, but later on tonight, we are expecting to see isolated storms in Oklahoma and Texas. So you're just watching earlier. We were watching Cappucci stream, and he continues to be in Oklahoma, goes in and out. Yeah, we're going in and out with both of our chasers. Jordan Hall is nearing Nashville there. So let's check in on Smyrna, Tennessee. I'm seeing your comments here, so keep asking. Yeah, so Smyrna, you're like right outside of Nashville. I think these storms are, headed your way in about 30 minutes. Now you're kind of in between it. This tornado warning that's on the south end, so let's zoom in here. You can kind of see Smyrna on the corner of your screen. So this is Smyrna right here. I have an airport there. So you see the storms. They're a couple miles away, but my concern is we'll have to see what this storm does to the south of Smyrna, just because it is tornado warned right now, and it looks like it might be heading towards the northeast. So you're not under a warning, but just stay vigilant over the next 30 minutes or so. Things may change quickly for you guys, but it looks like it's still spinning. And that's my concern with that storm. Looks like it did weaken there just a little bit, but now as it's coming closer to that Nashville radar, it's starting to spin, or you could see the spin a little bit more with the radar. Yeah, so we'll keep an eye on that one. Yeah, so someone's asking what's the cause behind all these recent severe weather outbreaks. So it's a couple of things. The atmosphere is just so conducive. I actually produced a video about this earlier this month as the month started. If you go on our YouTube page, look for our peak May video. That will tell you everything you need. But basically, there's a couple factors. Climate patterns don't influence it directly, but really what we're looking for when we have severe weather events is moisture. We need spin in the atmosphere, which is wind shear. Sometimes the upper level pattern also helps with the turning of the wind in the atmosphere. So winds in the different layers of the atmosphere have to turn for there to be rotation, but you also need some energy to tap into. And we've definitely seen plenty of instability over these areas. But I think one of the biggest factors is there's just so much moisture, especially coming in from the Gulf. The Gulf is plenty warm right now, and so that helps bring in a little bit more moisture across areas from the plains, but even across the southeast. So usually around this time of year is when we have that peak moisture in the Gulf, and temperatures. We're even getting on some 90-degree temperatures. Dallas, I think I saw hit 95 today in the afternoon. So, those warm temperatures definitely help with the instability in the atmosphere. And so that's definitely been the pattern that we've been stuck in over the last several weeks. Just the ingredients coming together or storms tapping into moisture that really helps them grow really rapidly. And a lot of these storms have grown very rapidly over the last several weeks. So if you want to know more, I have a detailed video on our YouTube page that I produced earlier this month that kind of tells you, what has basically the history, what we usually see this time of year, but what are some of the factors that are influencing this year's tornado season. All right, so let's check in on these storms. Starting to get dark pretty quickly there, where our chasers are. Watching Jordan Hall very closely. He's zipping around there in Tennessee, so he continues to stay there tracking these storms, but it looks like most of the activity now is coming into central Tennessee. So far, we still have this tornado warning south of Springfield. Let's get an update on that one. Yeah, so that one is strengthening pretty quickly here. Yeah, the rotation on that one isn't too strong, but it is rotating. Right, Little Rock. Little Rock, I think you are you're just right outside of a tornado watch. I think if anything, you may get some strong storms. You are under a severe weather risk. I think your risk is mostly for the overnight. So, definitely keep that in mind if you live in Little Rock. Okay, let's Jordan Hall is still on the move. There's still several tornado warnings here. Now there's a new tornado warning near Greenbrier in Tennessee. Let's put that one on. Yeah, so I think, okay, so this is a little concerning. So just on the north side of Nashville, there's actually tornado warning. This is a huge population here. So let me get that number. Yeah, so about over 100,000 people live in this warning. So this is from Greenbrier, Ridgetop, Millersville, Henderson. It will cross highway or Interstate 65. That's what I'm more concerned about. So let's take a look at some of these radar signatures here. So a very broad area of rotation. Reflectivity, nothing too concerning. It is a tornado warning, so again, the possibility of seeing a tornado is possible. Definitely has some hail associated with it, especially that severe thunderstorm that's just on the north side of it. So if you just got the alert that you're under a tornado warning, Greenbrier, Ridgetop, Millersville, Henderson, you need to seek shelter immediately. Have family members that live there, maybe check up on them, tell them that they're under a tornado warning. And it goes until 6 o'clock East Central Time. Yeah, so I think Jordan Hall is right behind this storm. The one he sees now, that's a severe thunderstorm warning that he's on. But he could be looking at two different storms. So there's a storm to the south side of him. There's a tornado warning storm on the northern side of him. So he's definitely in a good position to see any of these storms. Yeah, so we'll keep an eye on these storms here. They're blowing up pretty quickly, so let's take a look at this here. So we will take a quick break here, leave Jordan Hall's stream up here, and then we'll come back and update you on these tornado warnings. All right, guys. So we have just one tornado warning, but this tornado warning is a PDS tornado warning. So we're closing in on the 5 o'clock hour Central Time, almost 7 o'clock Eastern Time. And so far, right now, we have one tornado warning. We have our team of storm chasers out in the field, as you're seeing here on your camera. Just took a quick break, but now we're back. And so showing you the radar here on the top corner of the screen, this is a very concerning PDS tornado warning. So what that means is there is a large and dangerous confirmed tornado on the ground. So that means the threat is considerable. Anybody in the path of this storm could see damage. So this is about to cross Interstate 65. And just looking from that, you could see that prominent hook echo feature on the radar. And so that's very concerning with this storm. Let's take a look at some of the velocity features here. Again, this is using the MyRadar app. If you're watching us on the app, you're very familiar with it. These are some of the features that you can use that can help you track storms. And it's definitely useful for us meteorologists when we're here live tracking them for you. But this is what we're seeing. So you can see a very prominent signature of rotation here, a very strong signature. So it is tightly wound, it is rotating, it is a very violent, possibly violent storm that's on the ground right now. Again, this is about to cross Highway 65. This is in Tennessee, possibly coming into Eagleville and Chapel Hill. Now, depending on its motion of the storm, it could either go a little bit more to the straight east, Murfreesboro. I'm a little concerned. There it is. So there is that debris. So we're using our debris tracker. There's that signature that there is debris being lofted into the atmosphere. And so that's concerning with this storm. Again, this is a large and dangerous tornado on the ground. This is our only tornado warning that we have so far tonight. Several severe thunderstorm warnings, 26 of them to be exact, stretching from areas of Missouri all the way down to Kentucky, Tennessee, even parts of, I'm seeing here, maybe even parts of the Northeast getting in on some of the severe weather. So yeah, definitely a concerning signature here. Jordan Hall, so you're watching his stream, he might actually be looking at the storm from where he is. So he's on the northern side of the storm, this PDS tornado warning that is ongoing in Tennessee. So watching his feed, and of course, I think he's a couple miles away from it. So I think he's seeing more so of the rain rather than the actual tornado. So Columbia just passed over you. You're not in that tornado warning anymore, but that radar signature is definitely concerning. Yeah, and I'm just watching Jordan Hall's feed here. So he might get a glimpse of the storm. So now they've issued I think that is now officially a tornado emergency. That is the first one for the night. Like I said, it is a large and dangerous tornado on the ground right now. Tornado emergency issued, and this is near Spring Hill. Large and deadly tornado. So it looks like that is ongoing in parts of Tennessee right now. Jordan Hall, if he sees it, you'll be able to see it from our camera. He's looking directly, I think, at the storm as he's driving towards it. He's still a couple miles away, but he is almost in that tornado warning. So yeah, large deadly tornado confirmed on the ground. So our debris tracker was giving us an indication that it is still lofting debris in the atmosphere. That now has crossed Highway 4, or it's running parallel to Highway 412, already has crossed Interstate 65. very close to Chapel Hill. About 75,000 people live within this tornado warning. This is just right outside, just on the south end of Nashville, across Interstate 65. Potentially might cross Interstate 840, College Grove, Eagleville, Holtz Corner, Chapel Hill. You need to be in your safe zone right now. Yeah, this is a dangerous tornado. I'm seeing footage of this possible tornado on the ground. Jordan Hall is now along Highway 84, Interstate 840. So he might be able to see the storm from where he is. Matthew Cappucci continues driving in southeastern Oklahoma, where we're expecting the threat to go up later tonight. It's still very, our debris tracker is still noting that there's still debris being lofted into the atmosphere. You can see that kind of hook echo feature. It's like a hook feature in the app, in the radar. So the storm is crossing Interstate 65 as we speak. Jordan Hall is racing to the east of this storm, I think. And I think that's a good spot where he is, because you can see there's not so much of those trees blocking him right now. Yeah, so we're watching that PDS tornado here. Yeah, so if you're joining us, we're tracking a large and dangerous tornado emergency that's been issued across areas of Tennessee. Large and deadly tornado near Spring Hill, confirmed large and dangerous tornado. Our radar is definitely picking up on that. Storm chaser Jordan Hall is on the northeastern side of the storm, tracking the storm down. Let us know where you're watching from, what your questions and concerns are tonight during this severe weather event. Pretty much a severe weather outbreak has already occurred. We've seen all sorts of reports of large hail. We've seen reports of tornadoes already tonight. This is our first tornado emergency of this evening. It seems like we've had a tornado emergency. So that's the highest warning level of a tornado that you can get, means there is a large and dangerous tornado on the ground. Very violent tornado. This one's already deadly, according to the National Weather Service. So definitely you need to be seeking shelter. Eagleville, I'm concerned for you guys. Looks like the storm motion is changing a little bit, maybe going a little bit now to the east. Had a little bit of a northerly component to it. It might still be trying to turn north, but Eagleville, either way, you need to seek shelter immediately. Sure. I'm seeing reports. Let's see. Yeah, so our tornado threat will continue across Tennessee tonight. Getting some updates from the National Weather Service here. So now this tornado is possibly heading towards Marshall, Williamson, and Maury counties. A newly issued tornado warning has been issued to the north of Nashville. So Gallatin, Tennessee, quarter-sized hail for Sumner, Wilson, and Macon counties, Trousdale County as well. This is going to cross potentially Interstate 231 this evening. Let's see if Jordan Hall can get a good view of the storm. Okay, we'll put Jordan Hall full screen here and take a look at what he's looking at. He's closing in on this tornado emergency, and we'll be back here in a couple of minutes. All right, guys, so we continue to have this tornado emergency issued for parts of Tennessee. They just reissued it, and they have now included Interstate 8, or I should say 840, or let's see what interstate, yeah, Interstate 840, where our storm chaser Jordan Hall is currently driving along. He's kind of on the backside of that storm, so if he sees anything, it'll be pretty rainy. But yes, this tornado emergency continues for parts of Tennessee. There's still a large and deadly tornado on the ground right now. Pretty significant debris ball signature that's about a mile wide. We usually don't like to see that. That means this is a very large tornado and it is picking up and causing damage right now. It continues to strengthen, and that's what I don't like to see. So if you're anywhere from, let's see, Eagleville, Murfreesboro, I'm a little concerned. Somebody was asking about Smyrna earlier. That's definitely a city to watch. Not under a warning yet, but with the motion of this storm, that could be cause for concern. So our velocity signature is still pretty tight. I'm trying to figure out the motion of the storm. So it looks like it is going a little bit more to the east now, heading straight for Eagleville. That's where my concern is with this storm is Eagleville. You need to be in your safe zone. Take shelter right now. Don't try to go outside and see this storm. This is a very large and dangerous storm that's already on the ground. Chapel Hill, Tennessee as well. Yeah, and this as we're watching the storm spin up, it has strengthened. Yeah, and so you definitely, it's not what you like to see with that. Storm chaser Jordan Hall is just on the north end of the storm. So if you see the feed that we have here on the left corner of your screen, Jordan Hall, I think, was driving along Interstate 840, trying to get close to this storm. Yeah, if you're in Smyrna, we'll be here to keep you updated. This is a large and dangerous tornado just on the southwest side of you. It might just clip you to the south. It will be crossing Interstate 24, but I have a feeling that because of its velocity and it's still holding together, the National Weather Service may issue a tornado warning down the line from this tornado, from the current tornado warning. Yeah, so I mean, I'm still noticing that the storm is pretty strong, but yeah, so the tornado warning. So it looks like we will be getting a reissuance of this tornado warning. Now the scans now making note that maybe it's not as strong as it was earlier. It may have lifted. Either way, it won't be a tornado emergency once they issue this new tornado warning. But you're still going to be under a tornado warning. And just from what it already did, the damage it already did over areas of Tennessee, where I am seeing some reports of damage over that area, just be mindful of that. The new tornado warning will be issued for Marshall County. Yeah, so there's that new issuance of the tornado warning. Looks like it's just outside of Murfreesboro. We'll be crossing Interstate 840. The tornado warning does include part of Interstate 840. I think that's where Jordan Hall is now, driving back on the interstate. Yeah, so it has weakened considerably. So let's check in on these other tornado warnings now that that new tornado warning has been issued. So no longer a tornado emergency. I think the large tornado has weakened, but it's still a PDS tornado warning. So what that means, it's still a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. It is a considerable storm on this tornado warning that they're going to allow to expire. So we're going to be watching that very closely. Now we have another confirmed tornado on the northern end of Nashville here. And that was the one I was watching for the potential of rotation. So yeah, definitely a strong indication of that. So let's check in on these other tornado warnings we have in several other states. And then we'll take a look at what's going on in Oklahoma, waiting for storm initiation there tonight. Yeah, so we could definitely see this storm rotating. Monroe County in Illinois, Randolph County, and St. Genevieve County in Missouri, you're under this tornado warning. Just outside of St. Louis here. So far we have 4 tornado warnings this evening. Yeah, so definitely keeping a close eye on these tornado warnings in Tennessee, but I just want to make note of this tornado warning in Missouri right now. Nothing confirmed on the ground, but still something to be of concern of. Let's go back to the one just south of Nashville. Nashville, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning, so I think you're going to get in on hail damage, possible quarter-size hail. Not as big as what we saw earlier, but quarter-size hail can still make way for some damage and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Really, the tornado warnings are on the south and to the east of you in Nashville. But this line of storms is pushing through your area quickly tonight. See a lot of y'all watching us tonight, so thank you for joining us. We'll try to get out to all your questions, concerns. I'm seeing a lot of you from Tennessee. Usually as the weather picks up, a lot of you get concerned about what's going on, so. And yes, so now they left the tornado warning for Chapel Hill, Unionville, Tennessee, Eagleville until 6:45 p.m. I think it'll go south of Smyrna. So if you live in southern Smyrna, Tennessee, there's one in Georgia, but we're talking about the one in Tennessee. I think you will be okay in terms of that tornado potential there. Yeah, so this tornado warning now going over Eagleville, Tennessee, or this tornado warned storm. Velocity is still there, so I think they're, it's still rotating. Yeah, so far we only have 1 confirmed tornado. And we're starting to get a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings here. The biggest report of hail that I saw for the warning was grapefruit size. So that's pretty big. I think that's over 3 inches in diameter. We also have meteorologist Matthew Cappucci, who's out in the field. He is in Oklahoma. We've been waiting for storm initiation there. If the storms can grow, they will fire off quickly. We did see a severe thunderstorm warning earlier in Texas. So Ringgold, Georgia, you're in northern Georgia, almost close to Chattanooga there. Your threat will be mostly late evening into overnight. So it's definitely important that you have some way to get alerts tonight. Okay, so we still have this. So it looks like Jordan Hall is getting right in front of the storm. His storm chaser location just updated in the app. So he got there pretty quickly. Not sure if he sees anything there on the ground. Let's see. Yeah, so it looks like he stopped. He's waiting for the storm to come close to him. And if you see it there on the map, he's right where the storm is. Yeah, so he's really close to the storm there. I'm not sure if we could put the iPad up, Matt. Yeah, that's interesting. Is it still frozen? Yeah, it's not me. Okay, let's do that. Share. Okay, let's get that iPad back up. So if there is a tornado on the ground, Jordan Hall will be able to see it. And let's show you here on the app where his location is. I think it should be working. Okay, thank you. Okay, it's fine. Yeah, I think the storm somewhat weakened as Jordan Hall got to it. It looks like it's trying to strengthen once again, once it gets past Eagleville there. Yeah, and Jordan Hall's right on it. So he is near Eagleville, Tennessee. So there's the base of the storm. I'm seeing it from our live feed here. Getting on some good lightning there from Jordan Hall. Not sure if he has audio. Matt, let me know if he does.
Got a tornado on cam right now.
Okay.
No. All right, I gotta go. It's diving at me. You gotta go out of the way. This guy just boxed me in. I'm cutting someone off. I need to go. You gotta go, bro. It's taking a south dive at us. Sorry, I gotta pass. I'm not sitting behind a box truck. Not right now.
We're just watching Jordan's feed here. Might be trying to recycle this storm. We'll see. He gets a really good view of it. He's getting in on some rain now.
Still there. Still there. Now, how can I get east? I'm gonna keep bailing south. I just don't feel safe taking that road. I don't feel safe doing that. As much as
Yeah, so it looks like he's on the move again. Maybe trying to get out ahead of the storm.
jeez, this wind. It's not good.
So just from seeing where Jordan Hall is, we didn't see a visual of the tornado, so I think the tornado might have just lifted.
My goodness, guys. Jeez. We gotta keep bailing south. It's a very strong storm.
So a couple tornado warnings up. Now all the activity is going to the east of Nashville. Tornado warnings still continue in Missouri. I want to check in on what's going on here in Oklahoma, because now that I think our tornado has lifted, I want to see what's going on here. So it looks like storms are starting to initiate now. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning just on the north end near McKinney in Dallas. Very isolated storms are expected here. 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-sized hail. I think Cappucci may be close to the one down here near the Texas-Oklahoma border. That grew pretty quickly. And if you take a look at, if you were watching Cappucci's stream earlier, it looked like there was some clouds building up in his stream. Starting to get dark there. They still have about another hour or so of sunlight there. So if he sees anything, he'll be able to see it from miles. So he's near Idabel. He should be able to see this storm from where he is. There is a severe thunderstorm just to the west of Idabel. Idabel is in the southeasternmost corner of Oklahoma, right before you get into Arkansas, and even Texas. So it's kind of on the border of all three. Idabel, very small town. I've been there before. That's where meteorologist Matthew Cappucci is. Yeah, so storms starting to initiate now, finally, in areas of Oklahoma and Texas. There was some earlier in the Tulsa area, but very, very isolated threat in both those areas in eastern Oklahoma and even North Texas. Watching this storm very closely here. Let us know where you're watching from if you're just now joining us. We're heading into almost 7:30 Eastern time, 6:30 Central. We've had one tornado emergency tonight, several tornado warnings. Storms are starting to fire off in both Oklahoma and Texas. Very active night expected. It's already been an active afternoon, but for those of y'all who are on the eastern, side of the country and are under tornado watch, your threat is mostly for overnight tonight. Earlier today, we had almost 11 tornado warnings issued at the same time. So, and up to almost 30 severe thunderstorm warnings. So, huge chunk of the country under this threat. We've been here pretty much for hours now. Now 3 hours or so, maybe even more than that. So thank you to everybody who's been commenting tonight, asking your questions. Share this information with your friends and family. Let me know where you're watching from. Did you just tune in? How did you find our stream? Did you see us in the app, or are you finding us on YouTube? We're on Twitter. We're also streaming on Facebook. I see a lot of you from Facebook asking your questions in the chat. Continue to do so. We'll try to keep you safe and informed throughout the rest of the evening. But for now, we're still tracking 3 tornado warnings. One of them earlier was a confirmed tornado. But now, looks like we are getting some of our tornado warnings are expiring here over the next 30 minutes. So still very active evening. And we are tracking these storms. So Cappucci's closing in on, and if we take a look at his feed here, it's starting to look a little dark. I think he's closing in on this severe thunderstorm warning that's just to the west of him in Hugo, Oklahoma. He was in Idabel earlier, so it looks like he's made some good progress getting to that storm. It is building quickly. Yeah, some of you concerned about Arkansas. So your third's really not until later tonight. And if you're in Little Rock or to the east, you're not really under a tornado watch or anything like that. Yeah, so we have a team here. So Cappucci's here. Meteorologist Cappucci in Hugo, Oklahoma. He's trying to get in on the storm. So you could definitely see it there. If we put his camera up bigger, you could see the growth of the storm. Blew up pretty quickly there. Even the last radar scans that you're seeing from the MyRadar app aren't really showing it too much. Let's do Cappucci's full. Yeah, so you could definitely see how big this storm is. He's in Hugo, Oklahoma. He's just a couple miles out from where that severe thunderstorm warning is. And that severe thunderstorm warning associated with possible ping pong ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So this storm is growing quickly, and it's kind of by itself out there in southwestern Oklahoma. So Cappucci will get a very good view of that storm. And then tomorrow, so he's actually setting up for tomorrow as well. Tomorrow's risk actually encompasses a huge chunk of the country once again, but it seems like every day it goes a little bit more south. Monday was in Oklahoma where we had the highest risk level for severe weather. And then on Tuesday, we had it in parts of the Ohio Valley. And so that's where we had a tornado emergency. Now it shifted a little bit more to the south. Over Tennessee, Kentucky, Illinois, Missouri. And now tomorrow, and we can actually show you this here, tomorrow's threat actually includes areas of Dallas. So we're talking about Dallas, we're just south of Cappucci. From Waco to Austin, that's a level 3 out of 5. It extends into parts of northern Louisiana, central Mississippi, Alabama, and it also includes Atlanta, Georgia. So the severe weather risk will continue into tomorrow. Even areas in Florida, you're under a slight risk. I'm in Jacksonville, and we are seeing a slight risk of severe weather. So severe storms will roll through our area tomorrow. Very isolated, but most of the threat is concentrated for a huge chunk of the country. About, let's see, almost 20 million of you guys are under this enhanced risk of severe weather. So we're talking about from Dallas all the way to Atlanta, Georgia. That's pretty much all of I-20 there. Interstate 35 in Texas. And so this severe weather threat will continue well into tomorrow. And of course, we're going to continue to update you guys on this threat. It's been every day this week. So, definitely in the thick of it in the month of May, severe weather season has been here. And we've seen already many instances where cities have been left with catastrophic damage. It's been a very unfortunate severe weather season for a lot of residents around the country. So, tornado emergencies are a very rare tornado warning that's issued, and we've seen that already frequently this month. So that should just tell you the power of these storms. Take them seriously. If you're under any sort of watch right now, definitely keep in mind that tornadoes are possible. Now, not every tornado can be a major tornado, but the atmosphere is definitely conducive for this. And it's been like this for the past several weeks. So just something to keep in mind. Stay weather aware, of course. If you found us anywhere from YouTube or you found our stream on Twitter, Facebook, download the MyRadar app. It'll be very useful. It'll let you know ahead of time when the storm is going to roll through your area. It'll also let you know if you're under a severe weather risk. You also can get the forecast for the rest of the week. You're not really concerned about what's happening during this week, but you can also forecast it out 10 days. So, download the app if you just found our channel, and you'll be able to see us giving you forecasts. Not only me, but Meteorologist Cappucci too, who is out chasing there. He's been providing great content for us. You can actually track him just himself live in the app if you wanted to do that. But the severe weather threat continues into tomorrow, and we can look at the rest of the week. So it looks like it's more concentrated in parts of Florida for Friday, mostly northern Florida and the southeast. And then beyond that, still to come, we'll have to see what May brings us for next week. But so far, at least in terms of the outlooks for the next couple days, there hasn't been anything highlighted. Usually the Storm Prediction Center is really good at highlighting days way in advance. And so at least that's a good sign for now. But of course, anything can happen in the month of May, as we've seen, even with risks that weren't high-end risks have produced tornadoes. So that is just the atmosphere we're working with this month. But we're going to continue to track Cappucci's location there. He should be getting some good thunderstorms over his area here soon as those storms continue to build, especially north of Dallas. We're getting a very strong thunderstorm there, likely to produce that strong hail. It looks like Jordan Hall is still following that storm that's going into parts of southeastern Tennessee as well. These storms are moving pretty quickly, so they're getting out of the way in parts of Nashville. But so far, so good. We don't have any confirmed tornadoes on the ground yet. We still have 3 tornado warnings. Yeah, so we're coming on 4 hours now that we've been on this live stream. Ending almost, we're about 20 minutes out until 8 o'clock Eastern time, 7 o'clock Central. That means it'll get dark there pretty soon where Cappucci is. He still has another 45 minutes, I think, of daylight. Jordan Hall also is getting in on, it's starting to get dark there where he is. He's in Tennessee. Looks like they did extend that tornado warning now. The one that Jordan Hall is chasing out into parts of just south of Murphyboro. And that's along Interstate 24. Woodbury, you're just right outside that, but nothing is confirmed. They just extended that tornado warning. Looks like it's rotation is starting to get a little bit more organized now. We may see it start to strengthen. So Jordan Hall is following this storm back out. Yeah, I'm definitely seeing that with the latest radar scans. A little bit concerning. We'll be crossing Interstate 24. Could also see some spin up near South Cathedral, Tennessee. Might also be getting on some gusty winds there within that tornado warning. Things are spinning up in Eastern Tennessee so far. And looks like any tornado warning in near Missouri here. So Sparta in Illinois, you're under the tornado warning. Very small warning. Looks like they just did extend it over Pinckneyville in Illinois. Yeah, so that population's about 10,000 of you guys live in this area. So just something to keep in mind. The tornado warning has been issued for you guys. Still tracking this tornado warning storm. It is gaining strength and it's starting to rotate once again. Could have a possible tornado, could be moving into this area. Yeah, it's very concerning. It's starting to re-strengthen here. Yeah, seeing if Jordan Hall is going to get a good view of this. I think he's following it from the back. So if there is a tornado, I think he will be able to see it. Yeah, so this storm definitely wants to drop a tornado once again. I'm very concerned about that storm. Yeah, so you can definitely see it there. Yeah, just watching here, Jordan Hall's stream. Looks like he's going in and out. Yeah, very concerned for that storm there. Let's put correlation coefficient here. This is our debris tracker. Don't think anything's on the ground just yet here. But it is gaining strength as it moves into soon going to cross Interstate 24. Meteorologist Cappucci tracking a storm out in Oklahoma. No. Yeah, so we're getting a couple of isolated storms in Texas and Oklahoma, but that's about it. I think, the threat will be later on tonight for those. Still keeping up the Tennessee radar though, because I want to keep track of that just so I have it here on the side. But yeah, Cappucci is getting in on a severe, I think he is now under a severe thunderstorm warning in Oklahoma. Yeah, so seeing preliminary reports that this was a large tornado earlier this evening, so that's why concerned for it. Some of these storms, if they're, that intense, can try to spin up, and looks like this one is trying to spin up. Yeah, it's definitely been a couple of crazy last few days of the weather here. Pretty much anywhere in the country. I think it's been about 2 weeks. Oklahoma got kind of the first taste of it to end the month of April. And then, Oklahoma got it again in northern Oklahoma and Michigan. And now we're getting tornado emergencies in Tennessee. And then tomorrow is expected to be another, severe weather day. So severe weather season is here. It has definitely not stopped, and it won't stop at least for another day or two. We still got rounds of severe weather for the rest of the week. We were tracking storms last weekend as well. It's been pretty much almost every day. A pretty busy, crazy time across the central, south, and even southeast. Yeah, so it looks like this rotation is now crossing Interstate 24 in Tennessee. Yeah, so now we have these tornado warnings that may intersect. You see a tornado warning for Gordonsville was expanded out to Baxter now in Tennessee, and then the one south of Murfreesboro. They're coming very close in contact here. So just so you can see kind of where the bulk of the activity is now, if we zoom way out here, and so you see all the activity in Tennessee, you see some of the activity now in Missouri and Oklahoma. Very isolated in Texas, but this just gives you a good perspective of where the storms are now. Some storms across the Carolinas, if anybody's watching us from there. You're not under a tornado warning or anything, but of course, you may get in on some gusty winds, some hail in the Carolinas. But yeah, I mean, this is what the activity is looking like now. And we're even seeing severe thunderstorms in the Midwest here. For Des Moines, just outside of Des Moines. Des Moines, you were under a tornado risk today as well. I haven't seen a tornado warning there yet today, but still possibility. Those storms are starting to grow. You can kind of see the circulation of a low there, kind of how the radar is moving in that kind of circular direction from our radar. So very interesting to see, but yeah, there is a strong system moving through there now. And really it's feeding off an area there of instability and moisture, even in the north central plains. So there is severe weather in every corner. If we take a look here, I was seeing this earlier. There's severe thunderstorm warnings in near, let's see what cities these are, is Massachusetts and Rhode Island. So we are getting in on some severe storms here. Quarter-sized hail. So in every corner, just south of Providence, Rhode Island there. Quarter-sized hail is also being noted there. So huge area was under this severe weather risk. And we can show you this actually in the MyRadar app. So you can see how far that extends. So yeah, these pretty much these warnings have been within the zone of where the severe weather was supposed to occur. So yeah, you can see how huge that's a level 1 out of 5, but you can still get severe thunderstorms. That's why they issue those. Very isolated, but it can happen. And so you can kind of see where that outlook is now. So let's go back here to our tornado warnings and let's see if anything is confirmed. Jordan Hall still on the one in Tennessee. Looks like Cappucci crossed into Texas now, tracking that storm that is blowing up in Oklahoma there. You can really see, so he's, I think, looking at the storm that is near McKinney, Texas. He's at the bottom of your screen there. So he's kind of in between storms right now. The beauty of Texas is being able to see storms so far out just because it's so flat there. You get just good visuals of the storms and their clouds and how tall they grow in the atmosphere. Not so much in the southeast, just because the trees are blocking you. The trees are not as tall in Texas. A little bit more widespread there. So we're starting to get on sunset. I'm even getting on sunset. I'm located in Jacksonville, Florida. So tracking these storms from the south here, southeast. Yeah, so I mean, it's still trying to spin up this storm. Once we get an updated location on Jordan Hall here, I think he's on the backside of this storm. Yeah, definitely a good view of that storm in Texas there from Paris, Texas, from meteorologist Matthew Cappucci. Yeah, but so far, I mean, we've just seen severe thunderstorm warnings. There was baseball-sized hail earlier in Springfield, Missouri. I think that tornado warning expires at 7:30 Central Daylight Time. So let's see if I can click this. Yeah, so these warnings, so far we have 5 tornado warnings. We have 26 severe thunderstorm warnings. And some of these tornado warnings were just extensions of other tornado warnings. Looks like now that storm is starting to spin in near Gordonsville. Looks like a flash flood emergency is coming for Sumner and Robertson counties. Flooding is another one of those big issues. I know you guys in Tennessee know about that. Flooding occurs there pretty frequently. And so you're about to get in on this flash flood emergency. Let's see if I could pull this up on our app here. So yeah, several flooding now is going to be, I think, one of the big issues once these tornadic storms move out of the way. Flooding will definitely be a huge concern for these areas. Now, this storm has crossed Interstate 24. Looks like they did extend that storm as a severe thunderstorm warning for that tornado warning that is coming close to one of our other tornado warnings in Tennessee. We do have this tornado warning up here in Kentucky now. Let's toggle on this radar. This goes until 8:15 p.m. Eastern, 7:15 p.m. Central. Cappucci is close to a severe thunderstorm warning now. They've issued one in Paris, Texas, just north of Paris. Yeah, it's looking pretty dark where Cappucci is. Let's see if we can get an updated location from Jordan Hall here. Looks like he's kind of stopped. Yeah, it looks like they just issued that flash flood emergency for northern Tennessee here. This is for Sumter. It's on the radar here. Does include Greenbrier. Flash flood emergency for Robertson and Sumner counties. Life-threatening flash flooding is possible. You got to get to higher ground. That's one of the concerns there. Just wanted to touch on that. It's an unfolding situation there in Tennessee. Gonna get some severe thunderstorm warnings in Alabama now too. And so it looks like they are going to extend this warning with a severe thunderstorm warning. Yeah, so it looks like in Springfield, Missouri, they just issued a severe thunderstorm warning for baseball-sized hail. And so baseball-sized hail is about 2 3/4 inches. Softball is about 4 inches. Grapefruit is about 4.5 inches. So this is on the kind of higher end size of hail. So that's definitely dangerous hailstones that could fall with that. So let's show you that warning here. I think it's on this southern end here. Yeah, so this is for this storm that's over Mountain Grove, Missouri. It's definitely a destructive storm that is baseball size hail. So that's 2 3/4 inch hail that might be going over that area right now. Jordan Hall's kind of going in and out there. He may be going to survey some of the storm damage from the earlier tornado warning there. So But so far, that is our most significant threat is baseball-sized hail that we're talking with that storm outside of Springfield, Missouri. We still have about 4 tornado warnings, though, as we speak. So yeah, just watching these storm chaser feeds, checking in on our storm chasers here that are out tracking these storms. You know, Jordan Hall was behind our tornado emergency earlier this evening. It's officially 8:03 now, Central Eastern time, 7 o'clock Central time, and it's about to get dark. It's dark here in Florida. And Cappucci still has about another hour or so of daylight. Yeah, so we're getting in on some major flooding here. I'm seeing footage of that, which we will share. On our feed here, on our social feeds. Let's see, so we're just watching Jordan Hall. He is in South Central Tennessee. Maybe more Central Tennessee there. So far, we have no tornadoes on the ground, but we still have 4 ongoing tornado warnings, and they will expire at 7:45 p.m. Central Time. And keeping track of these storms here. If you're joining us, let me know where you're watching from. Thank you for all of those that have the MyRadar app. I hope it's, you know, you guys love it. So thank you for letting us know in the comments. Let us know where you are, where you're watching from. There's severe weather pretty much in every corner of the country, on the eastern side at least, and on the south central. We're seeing severe thunderstorm warnings earlier in parts of Rhode Island, Massachusetts. There's a bit of snow still in the northern plains That's just how dynamic the system is. You still can get snow in the month of May up there in the North Plains. And of course, on the warmer side, um, on the more moist side, we're getting this severe weather. So definitely all sorts of weather happening around the country right now. A huge chunk of the country is under a tornado watch until tonight. So some of you guys still have another couple of hours under those tornado watches. We're also seeing a flash flood emergency in Tennessee once again, just north of Nashville, where significant water has, accumulated, and that's why they're seeing significant water rescues there from people that are trapped because of how high the water has been over those areas. So definitely a lot going on. Nasty weather for sure across a lot of the, especially across Tennessee. But we are getting severe thunderstorm warnings as well, which can produce those huge hailstones that we've already seen tonight. Grapefruit-sized warnings for hail were issued earlier. I'm not seeing that right now. Up to baseball, I'm seeing now. We have about 29 severe thunderstorm warnings as we speak, 14 flash flood warnings. One of them, of course, being life-threatening flash flooding, that flash flood emergency. That's why they issue that. And our tornado warnings that are continuing, 4 of them so far this evening. So already active evening that continues across most of these warnings are in Tennessee and also just near Kentucky there. So yeah, and so it looks like they did issue a new tornado warning just south of that area. For south of Chapel Hill here. So Marshall County, Rutherford County, Bedford until 7:45. So nothing confirmed, but it is trying to rotate a little bit more here. Yeah, so definitely still rotating just south of Chapel Hill. Nothing's confirmed on the ground yet. All right, so let's see. Let's get some new radar scans of this tornado warned storm. Looks like Jordan Hall is in Eagleville. Maybe he was waiting for the storm there. Yeah, this is definitely going to be one of those overnight threats. Yeah, we've been here for nearly 4.5 hours. Pretty much the storm threat started as soon as it turned into the afternoon. We were already seeing severe thunderstorm warnings and even tornado warnings. So a very long afternoon for a lot of folks in the South and Central Plains. Hmm. Yeah, I'm wondering what that traffic is too. It might just be from maybe Jordan Hall might be in the area where the tornado crossed. So he might just be taking some survey or footage of what it looks like there. I'm assuming that's where there could have possibly been where the tornado possibly crossed. If you were watching our stream earlier, it crossed Interstate 24 possibly. It crossed over just south of Eagleville. So last that I know, he's near that area, and I think that's why he has stopped there. A lot of traffic for sure, though. Meteorologist Cappucci continues to drive in parts of Texas. We've lost a signal there for briefly, so hoping to get that back up here soon. But yeah, early damage reports of that tornado, tornado emergency, that confirmed tornado from earlier today. We'll be reposting this content in our social media platforms. So if you want to see it, go to our Twitter at MyRadarWX, and you'll be able to see what I'm talking about here. So let's check in on these storms. Still tracking the one south of Eagleville, south of where Jordan Hall is currently located. Yeah, so it did have an interesting, tightening there earlier today. Yeah, so just seeing some primary reports of damage there. We also have a new tornado warning issued near Kentucky here. And Illinois once again. See what this live camera looks like. Yeah, so Hunter has a really good view of the storm. That tornado warned storm. Looks like I just saw a shell cloud there at the corner of his screen. But so far right now, we only have 3 tornado warnings. Looks like Jordan is starting to get in on some rain here. Just so far, though, we have radar indicated tornado warnings. More so of a rain threat now in Tennessee. Yeah, so it looks like Jordan Hall's on the move once again. I think he was just taking some footage, possibly of what's going on there. A lot of traffic. I'm assuming that's where the tornado crossed earlier. So I think that's why there's a lot of traffic. Yeah, so definitely, I'm just watching Jordan's stream here because that's a lot of traffic. But he's still to the north of a tornado warning that has been issued in Tennessee. The storms are starting to initiate in the Dallas Fort Worth metro area. So you may get a heavy rain band there. Yeah, it's just so isolated in those areas, but it's still a possibility. Yeah, so unfortunately, hearing reports of major damage in Maury County, Tennessee, and that tornado that went through that area. But Jordan Hall is on the move now. And so far, we only have 3 tornado warnings. I'm just sharing content to our platforms here. I'm just seeing so many reports, tornadoes from earlier today. Several tornadoes have been confirmed, so Matt, do we have any sound on Jordan Hall? I think he's just driving through some rain early. He was driving through some rain earlier. I think he's just driving through Tennessee right now.
Shell has power. We're good. We're back. Gotta get through this light though. Pump gas, get back to the damage. I just gotta get back to the damage. This gas really messed me up. I would have been there all over it right now.
Yeah, so far in Tennessee, we have one tornado warning. We have a tornado warning just outside of St. Louis into parts of Illinois. But none of these are confirmed. But if you're under a tornado warning, it's important that you seek shelter immediately. Go to the lowest portion of your home, whether that be a basement or go to the most interior portion of your home. That might be an inside room, a closet, a bathroom that's not connected to the outside walls and does not have a window. That's really the safest place you can go during a tornado warning. Now, although we have several tornado warnings, tomorrow brings us another threat of severe weather. So if you're curious about that, we'll show you that here. Let's go back here. So, every day this week has had a severe weather threat, at least a level 3 out of 5. Monday, of course, was the highest threat level there, where we saw some large tornadoes being reported. But tomorrow's threat, so tomorrow, May 9th, Thursday, Wednesday, Thursday, May 9th, we have a severe weather threat. So that's from Dallas to Waco to Austin, include Shreveport, Louisiana, Jackson, Mississippi, Greenville there, Mississippi, Birmingham, Alabama, Columbus, Georgia, Atlanta, Savannah, and then parts of the Southeast. So let's try that again. See if we can see that. Okay, I think we should be able to see that now. So we were talking about a severe weather threat again tomorrow. That's an enhanced risk. That's a level 3 out of 5. Usually they issue these just to make you guys aware. What kind of threat level are we looking at for tomorrow? Now, we could get scattered to numerous severe thunderstorms within the zone. So we're talking about the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area. You're no stranger to severe weather for the month of May, all the way down to Waco, Austin, Shreveport, Jackson, Greenville, Mississippi, Birmingham, Columbus, even parts of Savannah. So, very active weather pattern that's in place. This is for tomorrow, Thursday, May 9th. And then another risk, not as severe, but tornadoes cannot be ruled out. So let's actually look at each potential here, each risk hazard. So tornadoes definitely will be concentrated more so over parts of the Southeast, Atlanta, and parts of Alabama. 2% in Dallas, so that means isolated threat of tornadoes is still possible. Even with maybe the lowest risk hazards of tornadoes still have spun up in this type of environment. So just something to keep in mind. The biggest threat, though, will be very large hail. And so, again, Dallas not a stranger to the large hail bigger than 2 inches in diameter. We were already reporting grapefruit size hail earlier today. So definitely the hail threat continues. And I should say that was the wind threat, but the hail threat is definitely one of those issues that's going to be bigger, more so in parts of Dallas-Fort Worth. So all modes of severe weather. So we're talking about winds in excess of 70 miles per hour. I think that will encompass pretty much anybody who is in this risk zone. And then hail, very large hail for parts of Dallas. And then for Friday, finally, ending the week, we're still going to see severe weather, especially across parts of the Southeast here. So that's what we're watching for the next several days. You know, we'll be here giving y'all updates in the MyRadar app. If you found us, you don't know what the MyRadar app is, download it. It's a free download. You'll be able to access a lot of our features on there. You'll be able to turn on push notifications for your area if you want to see, if you want to know if it's going to rain before. You know, people I've told to download the app, they absolutely love it. They let me know if they're not getting push notifications on their phone because they really love that feature. Another great feature for anybody who's a driver here, if you didn't know, we could actually access MyRadar in CarPlay and Android Auto. Very awesome feature for anybody who likes to have radar in their car. You're driving, road weather will also be very useful. Road weather is free for anybody within a 60-mile radius, so free for everybody who has the app. If you know what I'm talking about, it's that car icon at the bottom of your screen. You can toggle that on, plot your route, and it'll tell you at what time you'll hit certain spots. So let's say it's raining on the way to, you know, you're doing a long drive. It'll tell you exactly what time you will hit the wet roadways. So that's a pretty useful feature for a lot of you who drive. And so Matt Hyland in the background is telling me that we also have, if you don't know how to use those features, go on our app where you'll be able to access our video portal. And our video portal is here on the bottom left. It looks like a little play icon there. You go on there and you'll be able to see all of our videos. So our video forecasts are on here. You can see that we've posted some of the video from our tornado coverage. We also have basic tutorials here that you'll be able to access. So that'll be very helpful. If you have any questions about how to use the app, of course, you can always send us a message. We know how to use the app very well. We use it every day to track weather here at MyRadar. So we'll be happy to help answer your questions. If you have any questions about general, what's going to happen here over the next several hours, feel free to leave them in the chat here. So we still have several tornado warnings in place right now. Now there's a new tornado warning that was issued here in Illinois. So Wayne County and Jefferson County in Illinois are under a tornado warning. This is now a line of storms, so it may be embedded within this line of storms. Oh, so now we have our first tornado warning in Texas. So let's go there and show y'all what's going on there. And so that's actually where meteorologist Matthew Cappucci is. Let's see what he's seeing on his dash cam here. I'm not sure if we have his stream up. Yeah, so it looks like he's going in and out of signal here. We're kind of waiting for initiation here, so that spun up pretty quickly. And let's do this. One of the problems with these radars out here is they're just kind of in between, and the coverage zone for the radar is not the best, but they have issued a tornado warning here. So this is for Lamar County. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing ping pong sized hail. So let's see. I don't know if we lost Cappucci's feed there, but okay. Let's see if we can do that. Yeah, Cappucci's on a tornado warning storm now in Texas. Ping pong sized hail is possible with that storm as well. Yeah, he's going in and out, but he is on a tornado warning storm in Texas. Yeah, I'll have to wait and see what Cappucci's seeing there. And Jordan Hall is still in Tennessee. So keep an eye on that storm in Texas. Looks like storms are starting to blow up here rather quickly. Now we're about to get, if you're in Dallas, you're about to get some moderate rain here, heavy to moderate rain. They've issued severe thunderstorm warnings now for Caddo Mills, Greenville, Texas. So things are starting to get going there in the Lone Star State. The line of storms continues to push into Illinois this evening. Interestingly enough, that tornado warning is just right outside that tornado watch zone. And they've reissued this tornado warning for parts of Tennessee. Let's see if Jordan Hall's on this storm. So we've lost Cappucci signal there in Texas. Yeah, so still watching these tornado warning storms. They go till at least 8:15 p.m. Central Time here. Yeah, we're going to continue answering your questions. We have Matthew Highland, who's in Orlando helping run the stream here, and he's been doing a great job at trying to answer your questions there in the chat. Let us know where you're watching from. We are coming into 8:36 p.m. Eastern. It's been a long night for a lot of us, pretty much 2 weeks for our field of storm chasers who've been out chasing this entire time. I know meteorologist Matthew Cappucci has put in a lot of miles in his car, and so has Jordan Hall. So they've been doing a great job of their tornado coverage. If you're curious about what they've seen so far, go on our social media, Instagram, if you want to see tornado footage on there, our YouTube as well. We've posted some of the footage that they've caught on camera from the last couple of days and weeks of the severe weather threat. So let us know where you're watching from. Share our content so we can reach more people in our social media. If you're watching us in the app, you can join the conversation all across our social media platforms. So we're just staying on these tornado warnings. Now, there's nothing confirmed on the ground, but we have a newly issued tornado warning in Texas. And so that's the first one of the day today. So let's take a look at this tornado warning. Might be, let's do the per station radars here. lot of these tornado warnings have also been associated with very large hail. Let's see what this Weather Service office is checking in on any reports that they may have done on the recent tornadoes. Yes, so we may be getting something spinning up quickly here in Texas. Yeah, so really things are spinning up still in central Tennessee. Whole line of severe thunderstorms being issued in Texas. And these tornado watch areas, so if you're curious what the yellow boxes are on your screen, these are the tornado watches. And so the one in Kentucky and Middle Tennessee goes until 9 Central. It's another hour or so on those. Illinois getting on some strong thunderstorms there. We're seeing still strong thunderstorms in Texas. We'll see if they extend that tornado warning down the line here. Potential wall cloud in Texas right now. Yeah, looks like Jordan Hall is still on the move. He's still in a good area. That's where these storms are rotating right now. Yeah, so I'm just looking at these reports here. Yeah, so far, 5 tornado warnings and 36 severe thunderstorm warnings. So looks like the one in Texas, though, is starting to strengthen. And so let me toggle on that per station radar. Meteorologist Matthew Cappucci is on the storm. We just lost his signal there. If he sees a tornado, if there is a tornado, he will see it. Yeah, just not good radar's coverage over there. Okay, yeah. So we're just watching that one closely. They're keeping that tornado warning in parts of Tennessee tonight. So let's see. Let's check in on Jordan Hall's location here. Video storm chasers layer. We're refreshing that. I think I've had it on. Yeah, these storms are starting to cross into eastern Tennessee, but I think they're starting to become a line of storms on the northern end here. That tornado warning is ongoing in parts of Dallas, just outside of Dallas, Fort Worth. Nashville, Tennessee, that tornado emergency continued. Not tornado emergency, the flash flood emergency. Looks like we got Cappucci. Let's see what he's up to. He's on a tornado warning storm, so. Yeah, so it's looking really good where Cappucci is. Let's put on full screen and see if we can turn up his audio. Yes, and put him full screen. Mm-hmm.
Radar data. Man. Erica, if you can hear me right now, I was going to say call me with a radar update, but I have no cell service. I can transmit. I can't get anything. Tornado.
Guys, can someone, if anyone can hear this, can someone, oh no, wait, never mind. Guys, I'm trying to report the tornado to the Weather Service, and
your call cannot be transferred.
What the?
Please dial the extension of the party you are trying to reach.
I don't know. I'm trying to tell you that there's a tornado on the ground.
1 is not a valid extension. Please.
I'm kind of 911. Hey there, I'm a meteorologist. I'm storm spotting right now. I want to let you know there's a tornado that just lifted with the cell that is northwest of Paris. I tried calling the Weather Service, but I got stuck in their automated directory, so I figured I'd call y'all. Yes, it's the cell that just passed over. Gosh, I gotta find my current location. It's well northwest of Paris, northwest of Toko, but it's with that same cell.
Okay, let me get the Mark County on the line, okay? Because we're just...
Sure thing, thanks.
Lamar County 911, location of your emergency.
Hey there, I am northwest of Toko, northwest of Paris right now. Meteorologist tracking that severe thunderstorm. Want to report that there was a tornado on the ground that just lifted. The Weather Service doesn't have it confirmed yet, but I do want to let you know there was a tornado moments ago.
There was a tornado that landed?
That just lifted moments ago, but this storm might produce another, so I figured I'd let you know that there was one on the ground.
Okay, you're a meteorologist from where?
I work for an app. I work for the Washington Post as well, but I tried reaching the National Weather Service. I got stuck in their automated phone directory.
Gotcha. Where did you see the tornado lift from?
It was near east of Bunker Hill.
On 82?
I don't even know what road I'm on.
Bunker Hill?
It was near the intersection of 1499 and 197. A little bit near Garrett's Bluff. Yeah, 1499 and 197.
197.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Thank you for calling. I'll let our emergency management know.
Awesome. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. tried calling the National Weather Service, and unfortunately, couldn't get through to them. Watching right now, we got one part of the storm there. There's something to my left, but the issue is I can't tell if that's the tornadic circulation to my left or in front of me to my right. So we're going to have to do it based on feel once we get closer. I was underneath a tornado earlier on. I wound up deflecting south last minute, and thank goodness I did, because by the time I turned around and saw the tornado. because the radar is so far away. Scary. I think it's to my northeast, I think. What's going on? I just gotta open the windows and see. Okay, the winds are coming from the north right now, so I'm in the rear flank downdraft. So wherever it is should be to my left. Okay. Something creeping to my left, whatever that is in there, so I can't see. This guy has moved. What's to my left? There's a tornado, which should be somewhere in there. I honestly can't tell. Rainbow to my left. First responders are moving north, so there must have been something up there. Wow. See that? Wow, pictures do not do that justice. This is so weird. I've never seen the whole sky turn red before. Part of Sulphur Springs.
Starting route to Sulphur Springs. In about 3.5 miles, turn right onto northeast loop 286.
Tornado warnings just now on the Cape? Oh, I saw some buzz on Twitter, but I wasn't sure. I had no Wi-Fi for about 90 minutes. Gotcha. Huh.
How are you doing?
Good. I was in the middle of nowhere for a while, so I couldn't get radar, couldn't get anything, and the terrain was sucky, and so I wound up trying to do everything by eyes, but it got to the point where I got close to whatever circulation there was, still couldn't see it over the tree line, and it was down to the tree line. I was like, I gotta go south, and turned around and saw the tornado lifting shortly thereafter. So Tornado 25 wasn't a super pretty one, but I think I was probably the only one to actually see it.
Did you get any footage of it?
Yeah, minimally. It wasn't on the ground super long. It was I'm sure earlier on, because I looked in the rearview mirror, I was like, that's a funny triangle. But I thought I was in the wrong region of the storm because I had no radar coverage. And then I turned back around later, I was like, oh, it's a spinning triangle. Then I head in the direction of Dallas-Fort Worth. I'm heading to Sulphur Springs, which, actually, you and I went to Sulphur Springs. Do you remember years ago when we went to Canton? Yeah, so to get to Canton, Canton's off I-20. So we got off at an exit that was the Sulphur Springs exit and then drove south a little bit. Not more than an hour and a half. I don't know, to be honest. It depends if I wind up intercepting another storm on the way. There's a storm kind of en route. Depending on what that does, how radar coverage is, and how cell service is, I may or may not visit. Not yet. It's only 8 here. About 8:35 to 8:40. I feel fine. I wish I had been able to see that other one because I'm sure it was a good tornado, but couldn't see a darn thing. That's what happens when you chase near the Red River. Not only was there no cell service, but no visibility. After a little bit, I got one hailstone on the windshield. I was like, so I mustn't be in that range of the storm. And then I sort of felt the glass to figure out which way the wind was coming from, and I was like, well, I have to go south a mile. And I'm glad I did, because then I turned around and saw the triangle. I just heard there were some nasty storms over the, I think, Upper Cape, but I didn't see anything about whether or not there were tornado warnings. Yeah. God, what do you mean you think? You either look out the window and it is or it isn't. So I won't be calling her for an expert testimony. Oh yeah, Bridgewater got hammered. Oh, why did I think she lived over far away? Oh, right. Yeah. I was in like a little strip of farmland, but just forest near the Red River. You remember the Red River divides Oklahoma and Texas, and there was just no cell service, like nothing. It was like, the lightning's crazy though. I could not see a single thing until the wall clouds started to pass over me, and I was like, well, here it is. I want to go north. I had initially gone north, saw it hugging the ground. So I can't stand here if I can't see it. Yeah. But even that might not necessarily work during crazy weather. So, I don't know. The other tricky thing, too, in addition to there not being cell service and not being able to do internet or anything like that, the worst part is there's no radar there. It's midway between Oklahoma City and Dallas, and so you don't have anything below like 10,000 feet. It might be closer to 12,000 feet. Oh, that's why I played it safe, and I was like, nope, I can't see, so I'm leaving. And then I tried calling the Weather Service in Fort Worth, and you get the whole, thank you so much for calling the Weather Service. To speak with the electronics technician, press 1. Because they didn't know a tornado would touch down. There's a warning out, but I wanted to let them know that, hey, here it is. I wrangled the phone system, and finally I was like, nope, I can't get through at all. I kept pressing 0 for the operator. We're sorry. That's not a valid command. Please try again. If you'd like to dial by name, press 1. If you... I was like, I love all this parallel. I called 911 and let them know. But I don't know how much they care. I think they did. I hope. Now I'm in that weird time of day where I want more food, but it's also 8:20 p.m. and I had salad at 5. I will bid you farewell. You have a good one. I love you. Can do. All right, bye-bye. Was a tornado. There was not.
Hey y'all, it's meteorologist Erica Lopez. We are back on the stream. You've been watching meteorologist Matthew Cappucci over the last several minutes here. He actually caught a confirmed tornado in Paris, near Paris, Texas. So now he's heading towards Sulphur Spring, Texas, which is on the east side of Dallas-Fort Worth. But I just wanted to give you a couple of quick updates because we have multiple tornado warnings ongoing in the state of Alabama. We have a PDS tornado warning issued near Ardmore, Alabama. So let's get you a quick update on those and show you exactly where those are. So you can see in the app, and Ardmore is actually on the other side here, issued from the National Weather Service in Huntsville, Alabama. But this is for Lincoln County. This is a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado located near Ardmore, 13 miles southwest of Fayetteville, moving east at 30 miles per hour. And this is, again, Lincoln County, Tennessee, where we have this PDS tornado warning that's ongoing. Now, we have about 12 tornado warnings right now. They really blew up pretty quickly as these storms pushed to the east across Tennessee. That's where they started to gain a little bit of strength and eventually, you know, producing already 12 tornado warnings. Now, one of them was confirmed earlier. And now we're getting in on this PDS tornado warning. Right now, I think that's the only one that I see that is confirmed so far from the amount of tornado warnings that we have. So continue to track that. Of course, you're going to continue to be able to see meteorologist Matthew Cappucci and Jordan Hall stream. Jordan Hall, it's pretty dark there. Still have a little bit of daylight left on meteorologist Matthew Cappucci's live stream there, but he is closing in on Sulphur Spring, Texas. And if you want to follow along on their adventures and even any storm chaser during these types of events, you can access the video and storm chaser layer in the layers menu on the MyRadar app. We're showing you here live, and you can toggle that on or off to get the latest updates, to get the latest locations of where our storm chasers may be. Now, Dallas, Texas, you are getting in on some of these strong storms. So Cappucci's headed towards Sulphur Springs, where he's anticipating the storm strengthening pretty quickly here. So watching that one closely, but really most of the activity right now is in both Alabama and Tennessee. And we even have I think a tornado warning coming into parts of Georgia. Some of these areas saw tornado warnings the other night. So some of the same counties, just something to keep in mind. This is a very ongoing threat. Late this evening, it's 9:25 Eastern time, 8:25 Central time. So a very active evening that continues. This will be an overnight threat as well. So just something to keep in mind. So let's turn on that per station radar and give you some quick updates on what these storms are looking like on radar. So something very concerning is they're coming very close to Huntsville, Alabama, a very populated area. I've been there before, a beautiful city, but several tornado warnings are located to the east of Huntsville, Alabama. And so the one that we're concerned for is the one over Ardmore. That's a confirmed dangerous tornado right now. Let us know where you're watching us from now that we've kind of, tracked a tornado earlier this morning. Let me know where you're watching from. Share this information with your friends and family. If you're watching us in the app, on the MyRadar app, join the conversation. Come to our YouTube page or our Facebook page and Twitter page where you can leave your comment. We're also streaming on TikTok. Meteorologist Mike Linden is on there giving updates currently. So if you have a TikTok, you didn't want to get off TikTok, but want to watch a live stream, MyRadar live stream, meteorologist Mike Linden is also streaming on there. So check that out. Let us know what you think. I know a lot of you guys are on TikTok. I use TikTok frequently too. But I'm also on YouTube. I'm also on Instagram. We're pretty much all over the place. So follow us on there. Also follow along. Meteorologist Matthew Cappucci has been doing a great job posting the content. He confirmed a tornado that spun up pretty quickly there in Paris, Texas. So now he's racing south. I imagine he's on, let's see what highway he's on there. And this huge area. He was in Paris, Texas. So he's either on 19 or 24 right now. Again, he's going into Sulphur Springs, Texas, where he's seeing a little bit of rain already, a couple raindrops there on his screen. So if you're watching us tonight, you've stayed with us throughout the stream. Thank you so much. I know there's a variety of resources where you could have gotten your weather information, but we are here to keep you safe and informed all evening long on this ongoing severe weather threat. And we still got a couple more hours for a lot of you guys in the southeast and even the central plains. And we have even more severe weather heading into tomorrow. So this will be an ongoing threat pretty much all night across some of these areas. So let's get you a quick update on this PDS tornado warning, and we can check here. And they just issued this tornado warning. So Lamar, Texas still is seeing their tornado warning. We're still seeing a pretty prominent signature of rotation in Huntsville, from the Huntsville office there in Alabama. There's just several tornado warnings there coming into Athens, Ardmore, Tennessee, Fayetteville, Tennessee. Now that this line of storms has pushed to the east, a tornado warning coming into parts of Georgia. And then a tornado warning crossing into parts still in eastern Tennessee. But really the only one that I'm seeing that is confirmed on the ground is the one near Huntsville, which is Ardmore, Tennessee. We had 90-mile-per-hour winds gusts over West Salem in Kentucky. That was from severe thunderstorm warnings earlier. About 30 severe thunderstorm warnings are ongoing, 12 flash flood, 2 flash flood emergencies ongoing in Tennessee, and 13 tornado warnings continue. So I'm not sure where Cappucci is tonight. Looks like he's closing in on a storm here. Yeah, so Arkansas, you were actually added in a new tornado watch that extends well into the overnight. So for those people who were asking me about Little Rock, I mentioned earlier that it would be mostly an overnight threat. So we're definitely seeing that that tornado watch until 3 o'clock in the morning. So have a way to receive alerts if you're in Arkansas. Definitely an ongoing situation there, and that will last through the overnight. Get some updates here from the National Weather Service. So it looks like that tornado warning has now been extended into parts of so that is now for McCurtain County in southeastern Oklahoma and Red River County in northeastern Texas. And so no tornado confirmed, but that tornado has been extended into parts of Oklahoma and eastern Texas. And we're still watching this strong storm near Caddo Mills, Texas. And that's where Meteorologist Erica Lopez is. Very isolated threat there, but you know, we caught it on camera. And if you want to go back and look at what it looked like there in Texas, I know a lot of you guys watch us from Texas. Yeah, so for the person who's asking about Sulphur Springs, there's not a tornado there. there's a severe thunderstorm warning, which means possible large hail and gusty winds. So 60-mile-per-hour winds, ping pong sized hail is the primary threat in Texas right now. But as it pushes to the east, we're gonna have to see what it does. So Sulphur Springs right now, you're not seeing very much of the activity. Anticipate that here over the next 30 minutes. So let's get you updates. So far right now, 10 tornado warnings. We do have that confirmed tornadoes still in parts of Alabama and on the border of Tennessee there. Several tornado warnings. So let's wait for this radar to load here. Yeah, so dozens of severe thunderstorm warnings, tornado warnings, flash flood warnings, and emergencies in Tennessee. Yeah, ask your questions, continue to chat amongst each other's and amongst each other in the chats. Yeah, we'll get back to that. So let's talk about, yeah, our primary concern right now is all these tornado warnings in Tennessee. So pretty much what you're seeing on radar is pretty astounding. Each one of these storms are individual cells in Tennessee and Alabama. And so that's the concern as they come to the east. You know, the atmosphere is still very conducive for these storms to rotate. So, and that's why they've issued those tornado watches until later this evening. Tornado warning continues in parts near Rising Fawn, Georgia, but nothing is confirmed. So looks like it got dark very quickly there where both Jordan Hall and Cappucci are. Jordan Hall did post some imagery of the damage that was caused by a tornado earlier in Tennessee. He was on that tornado warned storm. Multiple homes, he's saying, were destroyed, and this was along off I-65. So yeah, guys, there's just so much activity going on tonight. It's trying to keep track of all these storms, but each one of these has a little bit of an indication that they're rotating. Yeah, continue to watch the cluster of storms and tornadoes, really. Call it a cluster of tornado warnings because that's how many are issued in just such a small area, and they're kind of overlapping, but there's just so much rotation within all these storms that's what we're kind of dealing with tonight. So yeah, it's getting dark there pretty quickly where meteorologist Matthew Cappucci is right now. Just keeping an eye on these. Looks like Cappucci, we lost his feed. Storm Chaser Jordan Hall, I think, is taking some damage feed there. Yeah, so let's show you this. This is pretty interesting. From Jordan Hall, he just tweeted this out. So here's a video of Lanton, Tennessee. And you're seeing tornado damage there. Yeah, he was taking drone footage. You could see all the emergency vehicles. Okay. You could see pretty much trees ripped apart, roofs taken off homes, huge, cars pretty much picked up from this tornado. Emergency crews there. So let's do this. Wow, power line pretty much crunched up. That just tells you the power of that tornado. The fact that it could do that to metal is pretty insane. This is why we say always go to the most interior portion of your home. You see how the most inside part of that house is still standing. And I'm trying to toggle this radar on while showing that footage from Storm Chaser Jordan Hall here. Okay, let's check in on these storms here in Texas. Yeah, so they're continuing to move to the east, very isolated right now. They're now just on the east side of Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go check in on these tornado warnings down here in Alabama. Yeah, that is some interesting radar imagery, to say the least. All of these are individual cells that are moving into this environment. Huntsville, you're not under a warning yet, but some of those storms are coming, knocking on your door. Madison, Alabama, you're the neighbor to Huntsville. You're under a tornado warning. So just wanted to show you that footage from Storm Chaser Jordan Hall. Drone footage of the storms. This is from earlier from our meteorologist, Matthew Cappucci. He confirmed this tornado in Paris, Texas. Brief touchdown, didn't last very long. It spun back up pretty quickly. Yeah, so still seeing a pretty significant indication that this is rotating. So a confirmed tornado was located 8 miles southwest of Fayetteville, moving at 20 miles per hour, damaging tornado and ping pong sized hail. So that is the latest update. Let's see. So yeah, Texas, pretty active tonight. I know a lot of y'all watch us from there. Yeah, so the activity is getting going fast here. Turn on this radar. Yeah, so large hail outside of Greenville, Texas, coming into Sulphur Springs now. Sulphur Springs, if you're on the east side or the east side of town, or I should say the west side of town, you're going to get in on the rain, heavy possible at times. But the storm looks like it's going to the south. So Sulphur Springs, you may be clipped by this storm. I think the center of the storm where it's producing hail will be on the south end of Sulphur Springs. For the most part, I think most of the storm activity is now to the east of Dallas, Fort Worth. Yeah, now that we're getting in on the 9:45 p.m. Eastern, some of these storms have been allowed to expire. So now we're down to 5 tornado warnings. One is still confirmed in Alabama this evening. Let's see what our storm chasers are up to right now. Looks like he's still driving somewhere in Texas. Yeah, so Cappucci continues driving. I think Jordan is kind of assessing the storm damage there tonight. Yeah, so several tornado warnings are still ongoing. I think they're going to start to congeal in a line here over the next hour or so. Yes, so very, very busy night, but seeing some initial reports of the damage in Tennessee, unfortunately, from the tornado that was a tornado emergency there. And great footage if you want to go back and see it on our social media platforms from our storm chaser Jordan Hall, just for perspective. And they're still keeping that moderate risk, that level 4 out of 5 of severe weather over parts of central, over parts of Tennessee, Kentucky. You know, the threat's not over for you guys. This is going to be a possible overnight threat as well. Okay, so it looks like they have reissued that confirmed tornado for Fayetteville, near Fayetteville. And that is in Tennessee. So this is a confirmed tornado located near Fayetteville. Move it at 35 miles per hour. Golf ball size hail is also a possibility. This is for northeastern Madison, central Moore, Lincoln, and Franklin counties in Tennessee. In Madison County in Alabama. See if we can update their locations here. Hey, but ask your questions, concerns. I want to see y'all in the chat. Let us know where you're watching from. I saw some of y'all found us on YouTube, so thank you for watching. A lot of you guys in Texas, Kentucky tonight as well, Tennessee. I think once you get a warning on your phone, I think you tend to look for content here. So definitely a very active evening. But meteorologist Matthew Cappucci is still on the move. So let's check in on the arch storms here in Texas. We've been watching them over the last several hours. They're very isolated, but we'll check in on the chats here and see if they are planning on extending that severe thunderstorm warning. Okay, so severe thunderstorm warning continues for Hopkins, Texas, Hunt, and Rains, Texas. Yeah, so that's looking a little I think very large hail will be associated with this. Yeah, ping pong sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds are possible with that storm. We still have that ongoing tornado warning over Clarksville, Texas, Red River County, tornado and 2-inch hail possible. I think that has a couple more minutes on that warning. It's until 9 o'clock, so about 7 more minutes left. Tornado warnings continue in and around Alabama. Athens, Alabama now in a tornado warning. Confirmed tornado continues near Ardmore. Yeah, this severe storm threat just continues blowing up tonight. Yeah, we're getting Meteorologist the Cappucci stream to go in and out. Yeah, he's Cappucci's in and out of signal down there. Yeah, so very, very active evening tonight. It's 9:55 Eastern, 8:55 Central. And so far tonight, we have 8 tornado warnings, 2 of them which have been confirmed, one near Ardmore, one near Fayetteville, in Tennessee. Tornado warnings ongoing for, they're pretty much all either in Alabama or Tennessee. We had one earlier in Georgia, but looks like that is no longer a tornado warning. Just from looking at this map, you can see how active it is down here, and most of the warnings are in this area. Not seeing too much rotation with these storms right now, except for the ones that are confirmed. Huntsville, you've been added into this tornado warning for Madison County and Limestone County in Alabama. That is not a confirmed tornado though, but if you live in Huntsville, seek shelter immediately. This is along Highway 72. Yeah, you can just see how active it is. And if we zoom out, there's still severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing in both Rhode Island and parts of the Northeast. Severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing in Iowa. So if you're watching us from Iowa, you also had your fair share of active weather. Severe thunderstorms ongoing in parts of Texas, although, we did have a tornado warning earlier there. But yeah, continuing to be very active in Alabama. We still have some storms in Illinois. They're all severe thunderstorm warned. Of course, severe thunderstorm means we could either have large hail associated with it or strong wind gusts. So that's definitely what's happening there. But still a lot of individual cells here in Alabama. And so all of these capable of producing very large hail and even that tornado risk. Yeah, so it looks like we have, yeah, that radar. So I have Dallas there behind me. We're still keeping an eye on those storms there. So we'll push it here this way. 2 radars because, you know, it's that kind of night. We have the radar in Texas. I'm tracking storms here in Alabama. So it's helpful when we have 2 of these because especially for a day like today where we just have so much activity, it's great to have these 2 radars just so we can kind of bounce back and forth between each area. Wow, we've been here for 6 hours, y'all. It's been a very long afternoon and evening. We started this stream a little bit earlier than the other day, just because the activity, you know, has been going on since noon. So they're coming in on about 10 hours of severe storm activity, definitely a severe weather outbreak that is unfolding now, a very dangerous evening. And I think as we head into the overnight, this potential of tornadoes, very large hail, and especially I think damaging winds will be one of the main concerns. Power outages are possible. So let's actually check in on those power outages. That is something I have not looked at yet tonight. So let's take a look at that. And so, yeah, we're coming in on some, you know, significant power outage numbers here, I think in Middle Tennessee, especially with those counties that were hit hardest by the tornado here tonight. And we had several of them. So North Carolina, actually, you lead in power outages with over 100,000 customers without power. Tennessee, you're at about 41,000 customers. In Michigan, from yesterday's storms, you're still about 15,000 customers without power. And even in the upper peninsula of Michigan, as the storms roll through. So really, power outage numbers are about 150,000 customers without power, both in North Carolina and Tennessee from these storms. So these storms definitely packing a punch. As you saw some of the destruction earlier from our storm chaser, Jordan Hall. Thinking of those families that have been affected by this tornadoes tonight. And we will definitely keep thinking of you guys especially this evening. So if you don't have the MyRadar app, you found us on YouTube, make sure to download it. It'll be very helpful. Now, if you're traveling, you happen to run into us, you're listening to us, an interesting feature for you will be our road weather feature, and it's also accessible in CarPlay. So if you have CarPlay or Android Auto in your car, you can download the MyRadar app and you'll get radar over where you're driving. So I know that will be useful, especially since these storms are pretty much for a large chunk of the country, and that'll continue well into tomorrow morning, tomorrow afternoon. So we're not done yet with the severe weather threat. Of course, we're going to continue to keep you up to date all across the social media platforms. So look for our content there. And of course, when there's a dangerous tornado on the ground, we'll try our best to update you guys on what's going on there. Okay. So seeing footage of tornadoes in Tennessee. Yeah, so it's still pretty active here. Huntsville, you're in that tornado warning. So yeah, waiting for this radar to load. Yeah, so waiting, so you can see that there's still some rotation in that storm near Huntsville. Let's see, confirmed tornado. Where was that? I think that's still ongoing for the counties to the east here. Yeah, so confirmed tornado continues in Fayetteville, Tennessee at 25 miles per hour. Yeah, watching the storm over Huntsville pretty closely. It's still rotating. It's right over Highway 72. So it looks like they have issued a tornado warning south of Sulphur Springs in Texas. Let's take a look at the velocity here, and you're seeing that behind me. Yeah, so that storm is spinning, not a great velocity signature, but it is there. That's south of Sulphur Springs, Texas. So Sulphur Springs, you're not in that tornado warning. About 8,000 of you are in this tornado warning. So this includes Como, Texas, and Lone Oak. So really 2 cities, they're both on the edge of this tornado warning. So there's not a huge population there. It's north of Emory, north of Case Lake. Just south of I-30 there in Texas. Now we're back up to 8 tornado warnings in Alabama and Tennessee. But it looks like some of these I think will expire here in the next couple minutes or so. We still have that confirmed tornado though, in that Tennessee-Alabama border. We're just getting some tornado warning extensions here. So several tornado warnings are ongoing. We have one actually in Missouri as well, and one in just south of Sulphur Springs, Texas. Yeah, so that's what we're watching here. So it looks like we got a tornado warning here. Let's see. That may be it's a little confusing there because in Georgia, so we just got a tornado warning, but that is actually located near the city of Sulphur Springs in Georgia. So near Sulphur Springs, Georgia, you're also seeing a tornado warning. Near Sulphur Springs, Texas, you're also seeing a tornado warning. Doesn't happen very often, but they have the same name. So I was a little confused there. So yes, a tornado warning has been issued now for near Sulphur Springs, Georgia. And that is for Walker and Dade County until 10:30 tonight. All right. So, this will be pretty much the story all night long. Be very safe tonight, especially if you live within these tornado warnings. Ask your questions in the chat. There's Jordan Hall still out there surveying. I think checking in on his car, driving to the next area. I think he's a little too far now from where the severe storms are, but or the tornadic storms are right now. I think he's just doing more of a damage assessment from the storms that went through that area. Yeah, so ask your questions. We're still watching this activity in terms of the tornadic activity here in Alabama. So far, nothing right now. And somebody's asking about Arkansas. So let's go there and show you what's going on. So there is a line of storms out to the west of Arkansas. Arkansas, you've been added in this tornado watch until 3 o'clock in the morning. Memphis, Tennessee, you're also included in this tornado watch. So although in Arkansas, you may be wondering, nothing's happened in Little Rock yet, nothing's happened in Memphis yet, your storm activity is not into until the overnight. And so that's definitely something to keep in mind. The atmosphere is still very conducive to produce tornadoes tonight. Very large hail, damaging winds, I think, will be one of the primary issues as well. So although you didn't see anything tonight, keep in mind that this for you guys will be an overnight threat. And as these storms push to the east, we are getting in on another risk of severe weather tomorrow. And that's from Dallas along I-20 all the way into Atlanta, Georgia, and parts of central Georgia. So we're starting to get some more tornado warnings across Missouri here tonight. And so some damage assessments of tornadoes I'm seeing ratings, some for Michigan. Someone's asking about, let's see, Southeast Missouri, Russellville, Arkansas, Greenville, Texas. Yeah, there's actually, let's check in on that tornado warning there in Texas. So looks like they did extend it into Como. But so far, I mean, most of the storms are well to the east of Dallas-Fort Worth along I-20, I-30 as well. Yeah, it's just insane seeing what the radar image looks like in Alabama and Tennessee right now. Definitely a busy evening for you guys. All these individual storms are occurring at the same time, and they're all tornado warned for the most part. So it looks like we do have a confirmed tornado near Sulphur Springs, Georgia now. Let's take a look at what the Weather Service office is saying there. Yeah, so definitely a confirmed tornado down there in Georgia. Yeah, so you're seeing live feed from Storm Chaser Jordan Hall. He's near Eagleville, Tennessee. Just shot some incredible drone footage of the damage left behind by a major tornado that went through that area. Very sad to see communities destroyed, homes destroyed. So if you want to see that, it's in our social media platforms. So Huntsville looks like the circulation is coming just right over the city as we speak. Nothing is confirmed with this tornado warning, but golf ball sized hail is possible in this area. Okay, we are just tracking the storm over Huntsville right now. Does have some good rotation with this storm, but looks like the only confirmed tornado that we have right now is the one near Sulphur Springs, Georgia. And looks like maybe the tornado just lifted. So they are giving that a new tornado warning here. Yeah, tornado, half dollar sized hail. So far, no confirmed tornadoes, but we have about 7 tornado warnings. Yeah, so we're just watching these tornado warnings here. I'm just reading some of the latest information. It's just crazy to see that radar scan of areas of Alabama and Tennessee. The atmosphere really just these storms pushed to the east and blew up quickly, spun very quickly. Very interesting to see. Chattanooga, you're in a severe thunderstorm warning. Now these storms are pushing into parts of Georgia. But looks like some of these tornado warnings, at least, have been allowed to expire here. Earlier, it was about almost. So unfortunately, and this is what I was concerned about, looks like there is now a confirmed tornado over Huntsville, Alabama, located northwestern Huntsville, moving at 30 miles per hour, damaging tornado and golf ball sized hail. Yeah, definitely was seeing that signature here earlier. So that is now a confirmed tornado over Huntsville, Alabama. And let's see what the population count is. I know this is a huge, huge area in Tennessee or in Alabama, near Tennessee. Yes, it was an observed tornado. About 200,000 people live within this tornado warning. This looks like observed tornado. Hail being reported. I think a weather spotter saw this tornado for a brief moment. Let's see if we can find any information on this storm. Yeah, We do have a confirmed tornado with that storm in Alabama, in Huntsville, Alabama. If you're in Huntsville, Alabama, you're listening to this live stream, make sure that you're getting into your safe zone, whether that be in a basement, if you live in Alabama, or the most interior portion of your home. I think a good example of why that's so important is if you look at our Twitter feed there, some of the homes that were destroyed by the huge and dangerous tornado, really what was left of the home was the most interior portion of the home. And that's why we always say get away from those exterior walls, because those tend to fall down pretty easily, especially if there's a tornado on the ground. Stay away from the walls that have windows. The safest area is the most interior portion of your home and a basement. So still seeing, let me go to this radar here. Let's go to Alabama. Toggle that on. We'll keep this one on the storms in Texas. Yeah, so rotation going right over what seems like downtown Huntsville. Let's do yeah, so there was an observed tornado here earlier. And then we're still getting tornado warnings in Alabama. Hey, let us know if you're still watching us here tonight. I know it's been an active evening. Some of you guys coming in and out. Some of you joined us during meteorologist Matthew Cappucci's storm chase there when he caught a tornado live on camera. Very brief tornado in Texas, but he caught it on camera. We caught storm chaser Jordan Hall, who was chasing a storm, and he took really good footage of some of the damage that was left behind from the tornado there. Looks like they're still keeping that confirmed tornado tag over Huntsville, Alabama. Yeah, so located, looks like right over downtown. It's just so dark, so if there's anything on the ground, it'll be very difficult to see. Yeah, so observed tornado in Huntsville going right over downtown right now. So they just issued a tornado warning for those counties downstream. Of Huntsville here. So yeah, they've extended that warning down now to include, let's read off some of the cities here. Let's see if we can get some of these updated. There it goes. So Huntsville, Gurley, Paint Rock until 10:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. That tornado is still on the ground near Huntsville, Alabama. Yeah, you can definitely see it there. Still spinning. That's why they've issued that extension. So it looks like it's now exiting Huntsville, going a little bit more north along Highway 72. And that is a confirmed tornado. That's really our only confirmed tornado right now. Y'all, it's going to be a long night for you guys who live in the Southeast. Yeah, so definitely a very, very concerning storm here. This looks like it did turn a little bit more south. Oh yeah, that's concerning. You could see a debris ball signature. So that's our debris tracker with this storm. So there's still something on the ground there. So it's no surprise they've reissued that. So a couple minutes, hang in there, Huntsville. Stay in your safe, in your shelter, and your safe zone in your house. This tornado continues to be on the ground. So yeah, it looks like now we only have, after such an active evening, we only have 2 tornado warnings left. Waiting for this one to pass over Huntsville here. I think it's still on the ground. And so you can see there the velocity tracker here. Yeah, so looks like Jordan Hall's just driving to position, I think, for tomorrow's chase. Still a very active day tomorrow, so we will just switch now to our bigger radar here, tracking the tornado warned storm in Huntsville. That is still a tornado on the ground. Yeah, it looks like it's just radar confirmed so far. Looks like some gusty winds coming into there as well. Yeah, so there, that signature continues over Huntsville. Put it over velocity here. Yeah, so it's now, I think, moving in a southeasterly direction. We could zoom in. See. You can see kind of where the downtown Huntsville area is. Doug Hills Road is near there. King Drake Road. It's almost going parallel to Highway 72. It might cross it here over the next minute or so once we get the newest radar scan. But it looks like a very populated area that is under this tornado warning. Yeah, so Gurley, you're next in Paint Rock with this tornado warning. About almost 200,000 people are within this tornado warning. And this goes until 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Ping pong ball size hail is also possible. So we can zoom out here, and we were zoomed way into Huntsville. Yeah, and storms in Texas continue to push to the east. So it looks like they've discontinued that tornado watch for most of central Texas now. Looks like, that isolated threat was very isolated. And so I think Dallas, you kind of are now out of the danger zone. But if you're in east Dallas, you're still seeing those severe thunderstorms moving through. Lots of lightning, though. If you're in Dallas driving around, you're probably seeing the lightning from a distance. Now they are tagging this as a PDS tornado warning. That is a large and extremely dangerous tornado that has been confirmed. Half of Huntsville has been taken away from the tornado warning. This is a PDS, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado. Eastern Huntsville moving at 30 miles per hour. That is a hook echo over Huntsville, Alabama right now. It's not a kind of radar signal you want to see, especially over such a densely populated area in Alabama. It's heading straight for Gurley and Paint Rock here. Now it's on the eastern side of Huntsville, Alabama. Yeah, it's very ominous looking there in Huntsville. Yeah, if you are in this PDS tornado warning, this is a dangerous tornado warning. You need to be seeking shelter immediately. It's now moving well to the east of Huntsville. That hook echo signature is very concerning. That just tells us that there is a confirmed tornado on the ground. Our debris tracker, let's check in on that. Yeah, definitely seeing that. So you kind of see how the blue kind of immerses itself with the red. That is telling us that debris is being wafted potentially high into the atmosphere right now. And so that's why they've tagged it as a significant life-threatening tornado. Yeah, this is an extremely dangerous situation in Huntsville right now. And this goes until 10:15 tonight. Yeah, that radar signature is just very concerning. You never want to see a kind of radar signature like that, especially as it, came over Huntsville, Alabama. Getting some updates here on this tornado warning from the National Weather Service. Yeah, just look at those last few radar scans. I think thankfully though, it's moving out of Huntsville, which is very populated. Let's zoom right in here. It's gonna cross Highway 72. It might have moved out of the city limits of Huntsville. Yeah, it's still rotating, still on the ground. Our debris tracker, correlation coefficient, you could just essentially call it debris tracker. I don't think so let's see what the scans have. Yeah, so for a brief moment there, it was a pretty strong signature that there was debris being lofted in the atmosphere. Still there, so it's still on the ground. Yeah, very, very strong, strong tornado on the ground there right now. So they might have extended that tornado warning. So they might have just updated that warning here. Yes, so far tonight, there is only 2 left in terms of tornado warnings. We're still watching this dangerous tornado that's on the ground right now, continues to be on the ground. We'll have to see what they do with this storm here. The radar still shows that still spinning. But it looks like it may be recycling. We may be getting another point, another maybe area of rotation here in the northern. So yeah, you can kind of see it there, almost splitting and maybe heading up a little more just south of Maysville here. So that's very interesting with that storm. Maybe recycling. So yeah, the rotation is weakening significantly. So it might not even be on the ground anymore. So I think they're going to extend this warning, but it will no longer be a PDS tornado warning. Yeah, so you can kind of see it, the latest radar scans. It's not as strong as it was earlier. Yeah, so if you're in Huntsville, I'm not sure what city you're located in, asking about the storm. Looks like it has weakened significantly. So they are continuing that tornado warning, but it's no longer a PDS tornado warning. Yeah, so it's still circulating. There's still something on the ground right now. It's coming into Gurley, right over Highway 72. The rotation is weakening though. 2-inch hail is also possible. You can kind of see it there in the latest radar scans. So they're keeping the confirmed tornado tag with it, but it is no longer a PDS tornado warning. Thinking of all you guys affected in Huntsville after that PDS tornado warning was issued. If you're in North Carolina, you're good for tonight, I think. You're mostly under a severe storm threat for tonight. You're not under any watch right now. You were under severe thunderstorm watches, but for the most part, the activity has diminished. We're just keeping an eye on these storms here in Georgia, Alabama. Yeah, so it looks like that rotation has weakened significantly. Yeah, Memphis, you are in a tornado watch. So not so much activity now, but things will change quickly overnight. If you can, I would say maybe have your phone on loud or a way that if you do happen to be asleep tonight in Memphis, that alert will wake you up because we are still seeing tornado watches in Memphis tonight. See that confirmed tornado continues there. Yeah, but so far, we do have 3 tornado warnings. The only one that's confirmed that I think is weakening significantly right now is the one on the east side of Huntsville. That's where we had a tornado emergency. There's one now in Tennessee here. Let's see if we can pull up the tornado warnings here. So this tornado warning for Jackson and Franklin counties in Tennessee, that goes until 10 o'clock tonight. And then we do have a tornado warning in Dalton, over Dalton for Gilmer County, Murray County, and Whitfield County until 11:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So you have another 30 minutes on this tornado warning. There's nothing confirmed in this system or this storm right now. There's actually 2 areas of rotation with these storms right now that I'm seeing. Looks like they just issued that. So there's a tornado warning behind it. So it's actually 2 different systems here. So Murray County, Whitfield County, and Walker County. And then the secondary area of rotation is for Gilmer, Murray, and Whitfield County until 11:15. But overall, we are seeing activity pretty much everywhere. Yeah, still watching this tornado warning over Alabama here. So it looks like we will get a downstream tornado warning issued for parts. Now that the tornado, Huntsville, you're out of a tornado warning. So that tornado threat is no longer there anymore from this specific storm. The rotation has become very broad, so I don't think there could possibly, I don't think there's a tornado on the ground right now there. It was confirmed earlier, so it might have just fizzled out here. But if you look at some of the earlier radar scans, pretty impressive as it was going over Huntsville, really strengthened on the east side and then came along Highway 72 there. Yeah, so it looks like it's starting to weaken here. They are going to issue a tornado warning downstream of this one. So far tonight, we have 4 tornado warnings, 29 severe thunderstorm warnings, and 12 flash flood warnings. So yeah, that's not, I think that, you know, it's still rotating, but it's not as strong as it was earlier when there was a confirmed tornado. Yeah, these storms continue to spin. There's one just north of Alabama there, and there's two areas of circulation here in the northern Georgia area, a very mountainous area up here. I'm very familiar with this area in Georgia. So yeah, you can see kind of 2 areas of rotation here. Nothing's confirmed though, but if you do happen to be under a tornado warning, make sure to seek shelter immediately. That's what they're there for. Tornadoes imminent. So definitely seeing 2 areas of rotation there. And so, looks like they have reissued another tornado warning for Huntsville. We'll have to see what this storm does. Nothing's confirmed here. The area of rotation is very broad. It's not what we were seeing earlier with this, but we'll have to wait and see. Still has a couple more miles to go until it gets into Madison and Huntsville. So there has been a new tornado warning issued here in parts of Kentucky. Yeah, so we have now several tornado warnings in areas of Kentucky and Tennessee. But so far right now, we don't have anything confirmed on the ground, which is some good news. And I think with that, we're going to continue our coverage on social media. If there's any severe weather or imminent tornado warnings on tonight, we will be posting them on our social media platforms. If you have any questions, you can always talk to us on social media. We're always on there, keeping an eye on the weather. But so far right now, we're good. We don't have any confirmed tornadoes on the ground, but there are several tornado warnings. So of course, this is going to be an ongoing threat to the rest of the evening and well into the overnight hours, where, you know, the atmosphere is just so conducive for these types of storms. So if you're under a tornado watch, make sure that before you go to bed tonight, have those alerts turned on, have a way, maybe take your phone off, do not disturb. That way you can get those overnight alerts if you do happen to be under a tornado warning. Very dangerous, potentially dangerous night ahead, especially from Little Rock to Memphis, where your tornado watch goes until 3 o'clock this morning. So, you know, line of storms already starting to push through these areas. Several tornado warnings continue over these regions. But we did see earlier that PDS tornado warning, but for now, nothing's on the ground. And so we're going to end the stream here and continue our coverage on social media. Make sure to follow us all across the social media. We are not done yet with this severe weather pattern. We have another risk of severe weather, a level 3 out of 5 tomorrow that extends from Dallas all the way into parts of Atlanta, Georgia. And so something to keep in mind, this also continues for parts of the Southeast into Friday. So of course, severe weather, it's May, we're in the thick of it. This is peak season for tornadoes. And so we're going to help you, keep you safe and informed. Download the MyRadar app if you happen to find us on our social media platforms. You found our YouTube page here and you're new to, you don't know what the MyRadar app is. It's a free download. You can download from the App Store, the Android Play Store, and grab it on there. It's free. You'll be able to access a lot of the features that you've been seeing live here on the stream, give you notifications before a storm arrives, and also give you warning well in advance before these storms arrive over your area. So with that, we're going to leave you with our severe storm coverage across social media platforms. So stay safe tonight, guys. And if you have any questions, we'll be on social media. Have a great night and stay safe.